What if the miracles attributed to Christ were not supernatural events, but rather the conscious application of universal laws that we all have the power to access? What if the true message of the Christian teachings was not about external worship, but about activating the creative power that resides within you? This audiobook reveals the profound connection between the principles taught by Christ and the latest discoveries in quantum physics, neuroscience, and the psychology of manifestation. You will discover that the so-called miracles were demonstrations of natural laws operating at higher frequencies of consciousness, and that these same laws are available to you right now. Through a transformative journey, you will learn how to access what Christ called the kingdom of heaven, not as a distant place in the future, but as a state of elevated consciousness that transforms your material reality here and now. You will understand that true faith is not blind belief, but a vibrational certainty that collapses the quantum field of possibilities into tangible manifestations. This is not just another book about religion. It is a practical manual for activating the Christ within, that higher version of yourself that already exists in the field of infinite possibilities, waiting to be manifested through your transformed consciousness. Prepare to discover that you are not seeking external power. You are remembering the power that has always been within you. Chapter 1. The Quantum Christ Beyond Religious History. What if everything you were taught about Christ was both true and incomplete? What if the miracles, the healings, the manifestations of abundance were not supernatural interventions from an external deity, but rather demonstrations of natural laws operating at frequencies most of humanity has forgotten how to access? Take a moment and let that possibility settle into your awareness, because what you're about to discover will fundamentally shift how you understand not just religious teaching, but the very nature of reality itself and your power to shape it. For 2,000 years, organized religion has presented Christ as someone to worship from a distance, someone whose abilities were unique and unrepeatable, someone fundamentally different from you. And while there's reverence in that perspective, there's also a profound disempowerment, because the true revolutionary message of Christ wasn't "worship me as separate from you." It was, "The things I do, you shall do also, and greater things than these." That's not the statement of someone asking to be placed on an untouchable pedestal. That's the declaration of a master teacher showing you what's possible when human consciousness operates at its full potential. The Christ you're about to meet in these pages isn't the domesticated, sanitized figure of stained glass windows and Sunday sermon. This is Christ as a quantum physicist of consciousness, someone who understood the malleable nature of reality at such a deep level that he could literally reorganize matter with focused intention. This is Christ as a neurologist of transformation, rewiring the brains and belief systems of everyone he encountered. This is Christ as the ultimate manifestation teacher, demonstrating again and again that the kingdom of heaven, that state of unlimited creative power, isn't somewhere you go when you die. It's a frequency you access right here, right now, through the transformation of your consciousness. Let's be clear about something from the start. This isn't about diminishing the spiritual significance of Christ's teaching. If anything, it's about amplifying them, making them accessible, showing you that these weren't lessons meant to be admired from afar, but principles designed to be lived and embodied by every single person willing to elevate their consciousness. When Christ said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life," he wasn't claiming exclusive ownership of divine power. He was identifying himself with the universal creative force that flows through all existence. He was pointing to a state of being, a level of consciousness, a way of operating in the world that you have access to right now. Modern quantum physics has confirmed what mystics and masters have known for millennia. The observer affects the observed. Your consciousness doesn't just perceive reality, it participates in creating it. When you measure a particle, you collapse infinite possibilities into one specific outcome. Your attention, your focus, your belief about what's possible literally determines which version of reality manifests from the quantum field of pure potential. This isn't metaphor. This isn't philosophy. This is measurable, repeatable, scientific fact. And Christ demonstrated mastery of this principle 2,000 years before we had the scientific language to explain it. Think about the wedding at Cana, where water became wine. From a quantum perspective, both water and wine are arrangements of subatomic particles held together by electromagnetic forces and organized by information fields. Change the information field, change the frequency at which consciousness interacts with matter, and you change the molecular structure. Sound impossible. You do it every single day when you digest food, transforming one substance into another through biological processes. Christ simply operated at a level of conscious mastery where he could direct this transformative power through pure intention. Consider the multiplication of loaves and fishes. The quantum field is a field of infinite possibility where energy and matter are interchangeable and where scarcity is an illusion created by limited perception. When you operate from a consciousness of abundance, from the absolute knowing that there is always enough, you align with frequencies where resources multiply rather than deplete. Every successful entrepreneur who has built something from nothing, every person who has manifested unexpected abundance, has tapped into this same principle. Christ was showing you that the supply isn't in the physical objects. The supply is in the consciousness that perceives and creates. The healings might be the most direct demonstration of consciousness affecting biology. Neuroscience now understands that your thoughts create chemical cascades that directly influence your immune system, your cellular regeneration, your genetic expression. The placebo effect, where belief alone creates measurable physiological changes, is documented in thousands of studies. Christ wasn't violating natural law when he healed the sick. He was operating in perfect alignment with the law that consciousness precedes and determines physical form. When he said, "Your faith has healed you," he was pointing to the actual mechanism of transformation, the shift in the person's belief about what was possible for their body. But here's what organized religion did over the centuries. It took these demonstrations of universal principles and turned them into unique, supernatural events. It took the teacher who said, "You can do this too," and turned him into the exclusive Son of God, whose abilities could never be replicated. It took the invitation to transformation and turned it into a requirement for worship. And in doing so, it locked away the most revolutionary message ever delivered to humanity. You are not separate from creative power. You are not waiting for salvation from outside yourself. The kingdom of heaven, that state of unlimited manifestation ability, is within you, accessible through the transformation of your consciousness. The historical Jesus walked the earth as a man, but the Christ principle is something bigger, something universal, something that exists as pure potential in every human being. Christ isn't a person, it's a state of consciousness. It's the frequency at which human awareness merges with universal creative intelligence. It's the level of being where you stop identifying with limited, fear-based ego and start operating as pure creative potential. The historical Jesus embodied this frequency so completely that he became synonymous with it, but he never claimed it was his alone. He consistently pointed beyond himself to the principles he was demonstrating. Before Abraham was, I am. This wasn't a claim to have physically existed for thousands of years. It was an identification with the eternal present moment, the now that quantum physics tells us is the only point where creation actually happens. Past and future are mental constructs. The quantum field responds only to the signal you're broadcasting in this present moment. Christ lived completely in the now, undiluted by regret about the past or anxiety about the future, and from that centered presence, he could access creative power that seems miraculous to those still trapped in linear time. The Father and I are one, not the Father and I are separate. With me as a special intermediary you must go through. The Father, the Source, the universal intelligence, and I, this individualized expression of consciousness, are unified. What's true for the Source is true for me. Where the Source is, I am. What the Source can do, I can do. And then, critically, that you may be one even as we are one. This is the invitation. This is the whole point. The unified consciousness Christ demonstrated isn't his alone. It's your birthright, waiting to be claimed through the transformation of your awareness. Every parable, every teaching, every miracle was pointing to the same core truth. Reality is malleable. Consciousness is creative, and you have far more power than you've been taught to believe. When Christ taught about seeds and harvests, he was explaining the law of cause and effect, how thoughts planted in consciousness grow into physical manifestation. When he talked about faith moving mountains, he was describing the actual mechanism by which focused belief reorganizes matter and circumstance. When he said the kingdom of heaven is like treasure hidden in a field, he was telling you that your greatest power isn't found in external seeking, but in excavating the depths of your own consciousness. The traditional religious interpretation wants you to believe you're fundamentally broken, sinful, separated from God, and in desperate need of external salvation. That narrative keeps you disempowered, dependent, looking outside yourself for answers that can only be found within. But Christ's actual message was the opposite. You are already whole. You are already connected to Source, and the only thing standing between you and the full expression of your creative power is the beliefs you've accepted about your limitation. Sin, in its original meaning, wasn't about moral failure. The Greek word hamartia meant to miss the mark. Like an archer whose arrow doesn't hit the target, you miss the mark when you forget who you really are, when you identify with limitation instead of infinite potential, when you operate from fear instead of love, when you believe you're separate from the creative intelligence that animates all life. That's the only real sin, forgetting your true nature as a creator, made in the image of the ultimate creator. Redemption, then, isn't about being saved by someone else. It's about remembering, about returning to the truth of your being, about reclaiming the power you never actually lost but simply forgot you had. This is what being born again really means. Not joining a religion or accepting a particular doctrine, but dying to the old identity rooted in limitation and being reborn into the consciousness of your unlimited creative nature. Throughout history, various teachers and traditions have accessed this same elevated consciousness. The Buddha spoke of enlightenment. The Vedic traditions spoke of self-realization. The Hermetic texts spoke of knowing thyself. The Kabbalah speaks of ascending the tree of life. These aren't competing philosophies. They're different languages describing the same fundamental transformation. The shift from ego-based consciousness that perceives separation and limitation to unified consciousness that recognizes its oneness with creative Source and its power to shape reality. Christ stands out not because he was the only one to achieve this consciousness, but because he demonstrated it so publicly, so consistently, and so accessibly. He didn't retreat to a monastery or require decades of esoteric training. He walked among ordinary people and showed them that extraordinary consciousness is available to anyone willing to transform their beliefs about what's possible. He met people where they were and invited them to where they could be, and this is crucial for you to understand. The organized religion that developed after Christ's life increasingly emphasized what made him different from you, rather than what made his consciousness accessible to you. The councils, the creeds, the doctrines built walls around mysteries that were meant to be experienced, not just believed. They turned, "Know the truth, and the truth shall set you free," into "Believe what we tell you, and you'll be saved." They replaced direct experience of elevated consciousness with mediated access through religious authority. But the universe doesn't work through religious hierarchies. The quantum field doesn't check your denomination before responding to your consciousness. The laws Christ demonstrated operate universally, regardless of what you believe about Christ himself. A Buddhist can manifest abundance. An atheist can heal their body through consciousness. A Muslim can experience unity consciousness. Because these aren't Christian principles, they're universal principles that Christ happened to demonstrate within a particular cultural and historical context. What you're about to discover in the following chapters isn't a new religion. It's not a replacement for your spiritual practice, whatever that may be. It's a framework for understanding the actual mechanics of manifestation, the real technology of consciousness transformation that Christ taught through parable and demonstrated through action. You can integrate this understanding with any faith tradition or none at all, because what we're talking about here isn't belief system, it's operating system. Your brain is the most sophisticated manifestation technology in the known universe. Neuroscience has discovered that your neural networks are constantly reorganizing based on where you place your attention, what you repeatedly think, what you consistently feel. This neuroplasticity means you're not stuck with the consciousness you currently have. You can literally rewire your brain, create new neural pathways, establish new patterns of thought and feeling that align with the reality you want to create, rather than perpetuating the reality you're trying to escape. When Christ said, "Be transformed by the renewing of your mind," he was giving you a precise instruction in consciousness technology, not metaphorical transformation, actual, measurable, neurological transformation. You change your mind by changing your thoughts. You change your thoughts by changing what you pay attention to. You change what you pay attention to by making new choices in each present moment. And as you make those new choices consistently, your brain physically changes, your electromagnetic field changes, your vibrational frequency changes, and the reality you experience begins to match your transformed consciousness. This is why Christ emphasized faith so completely. Not blind belief in doctrine, but the actual felt sense of certainty, the vibrational frequency of already having what you desire, the consciousness of living in the fulfilled state before the physical evidence appears. This isn't positive thinking. This is quantum mechanics. The field of infinite possibility collapses into specific manifestation based on the frequency of consciousness observing it. When you observe from lack, you get more lack. When you observe from abundance, you get more abundance. When you observe as a powerless victim, you get circumstances that confirm your powerlessness. When you observe as a creative master, You get opportunities to demonstrate that mastery. Christ never healed anyone who didn't have faith, not because he was withholding power, but because the healing required the participation of the person's consciousness. The shift had to happen within their belief system, within their sense of what was possible for them. He was demonstrating that you're not a passive recipient of reality. You're an active participant in its creation. The miracle isn't that Christ had special power to heal. The miracle is that consciousness itself has this power, and Christ was showing you how to access it. Every time Christ said, "Your faith has made you whole," he was teaching you the mechanism. Every time he said, "It is done unto you according to your belief," he was revealing the law. Every time he demonstrated what was possible at elevated consciousness, he was showing you your own potential. The question isn't whether these laws work. The question is whether you're willing to transform your consciousness enough to operate in alignment with them. The teachings got distorted because they threatened existing power structures. If people realized they had direct access to divine power within themselves, they wouldn't need intermediaries. If people understood they could transform their own consciousness and thereby transform their circumstances, they wouldn't be controllable through fear and guilt. If people knew they were creators rather than victims, the entire social order would have to change. So the radical empowerment message got wrapped in the language of unworthiness and external salvation. But you can't suppress truth forever. Quantum physics is now validating what Christ taught. Neuroscience is explaining how consciousness transformation actually works. Psychology is recognizing that belief systems create self-fulfilling prophecies. Epigenetics is showing that your thoughts and emotions directly influence which genes get expressed. The scientific method, ironically, is leading us back to mystical truths that masters have demonstrated for millennia. You are standing at a threshold. Behind you is the old paradigm where you're a powerless being subject to random circumstances, hoping and praying that some external force might occasionally intervene on your behalf. Ahead of you is the consciousness Christ demonstrated, the recognition that you are inseparable from creative power, that your thoughts and feelings are generating your reality, that transformation is always available through the shift in your awareness, that the kingdom of heaven, that state of unlimited manifestation, is within you right now, waiting to be activated. This journey isn't about learning something new. It's about remembering something ancient, something that every cell in your body already knows, but your conditioned mind has forgotten. You are not a limited creature hoping for scraps from a distant deity. You are a holographic fragment containing the full creative power of the whole, temporarily focused into this individualized experience, with complete access to universal intelligence, if you simply change the frequency at which you're operating. Christ proved it was possible. Now the question is, are you willing to embody it? Are you ready to stop worshiping the demonstration and start becoming the demonstrator? Are you prepared to release the comfortable disempowerment of victim consciousness and step into the uncomfortable responsibility of creator consciousness? Because make no mistake, this isn't the easier path. It's far simpler to blame circumstances, to wait for salvation, to remain in familiar limitation. The path of conscious creation requires you to take full responsibility for every experience in your life, to recognize that nothing is happening to you. It's all happening through you. The quantum Christ isn't a historical figure to study. It's a frequency to embody. It's not a person to worship. It's a consciousness to activate within yourself. And every principle Christ taught, every law he demonstrated, is available to you now, in this moment, through the transformation of your awareness. You don't need to wait for permission. You don't need to earn worthiness. You don't need to become something other than what you are. You simply need to remember what you've always been, a creative consciousness, temporarily focused into physical form, with unlimited access to the intelligence that orchestrates galaxies and the power that transforms water into wine, calms storms, multiplies abundance, and yes, even raises the dead. Your old self, your limited identity, your victim story must die for your Christ consciousness to rise. Not someday in the distant future. Right here, right now, as you allow these words to penetrate beyond intellectual understanding into the deeper knowing that resides within you. The resurrection isn't a singular historical event. It's the perpetual possibility available in every moment. You choose to release identification with limitation and claim your identity as unlimited creative potential. This is the journey we're embarking on together, not to learn about Christ, but to activate the Christ frequency within your own conscience, not to understand principles intellectually, but to embody them so completely that your life becomes the demonstration. Welcome to the quantum field, where all things are possible. Welcome to the consciousness that transforms reality. Welcome to the recognition of who you've always been, but perhaps forgot you could be. The kingdom of heaven is within you. It always has been. Now it's time to claim it. Chapter 2. The kingdom of heaven is within you. Activating your creator consciousness. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine that everything you've ever wanted, every dream you've held, every desire that stirred your soul already exists, not as wishful thinking, not as distant possibility, but as present reality in a dimension of consciousness you simply haven't learned to access yet. This isn't fantasy. This is the actual architecture of reality that Christ was pointing to when he made one of the most revolutionary statements in human history. The kingdom of heaven is within you. Not will be within you someday if you're good enough. Not might be within you if you pray hard enough. Is within you, right now, already present, already accessible, already containing everything you could ever desire or become. For 2,000 years, humanity has been looking in the wrong direction. We've been taught that heaven is a place you go after death if you follow the right rule, believe the right doctrines, live according to someone else's moral code. We've been conditioned to search outside ourselves for salvation, for abundance, for love, for purpose. We've been trained to wait, to hope, to defer our joy to some distant future. And all the while, the kingdom, this state of unlimited creative power and infinite possibility, has been exactly where Christ said it was, within the consciousness you carry in every moment. But what does that actually mean? How can a kingdom, a realm of manifestation and possibility, exist within you? The answer lies in understanding what you actually are at the most fundamental level. You are not just a body with a mind. You are consciousness itself, temporarily focused into physical form. And consciousness, as quantum physics has proven, is the creative force that collapses infinite possibility into specific reality. Your consciousness doesn't just observe the universe. Your consciousness participates in creating the universe you experience. Think about how a radio works. The airwaves around you right now contain countless radio stations broadcasting simultaneously. Country music, classical symphonies, talk shows, news broadcasts, all existing as different frequencies in the same space. Your radio doesn't create these stations. They're already there. What your radio does is tune into a specific frequency, and suddenly that frequency becomes your experienced reality. Change the dial, change your experience. The other stations didn't disappear. They're still broadcasting. You simply shifted your attention to a different frequency. Your consciousness works exactly the same way. The quantum field, what some call the unified field or the mind of God, contains infinite possibilities existing simultaneously. Every version of your life, every potential outcome, every dream you've ever had, already exists as a frequency pattern in this field. The version of you living in abundance exists. The version of you in perfect health exists. The version of you in fulfilling relationships exists. These aren't futures you're trying to create. They're present realities you're learning to tune into by shifting the frequency of your consciousness. This is what Christ meant by the kingdom of heaven. Not a place, but a frequency. Not a destination, but a state of consciousness. And this frequency isn't somewhere outside you, floating in the clouds, waiting for you after death. It's within you, because consciousness itself is within you. You carry the dial. You determine which frequency you're tuned to. You choose, moment by moment, which version of reality you're going to experience based on the vibration of your thoughts, feelings, and beliefs. When Christ said, "Seek first the kingdom of heaven and all else will be added unto you," he wasn't telling you to prioritize religious activities. He was giving you a precise instruction in manifestation technology. Seek first the elevated state of consciousness, the frequency of abundance and wholeness and divine connection, and the physical manifestations will naturally follow, because the external world is always, without exception, a reflection of your internal state. Change the inner, and the outer has no choice but to reorganize itself to match. This is where most people get it backwards. They try to change their external circumstances while maintaining the same internal frequency. They want more money while vibrating at the frequency of lack. They want better health while thinking sick thoughts. They want fulfilling relationships while feeling unworthy of love. And then they wonder why their circumstances don't change, why their prayers seem unanswered, why the universe appears unresponsive. But the universe is always responding. It's responding with perfect precision to the frequency you're broadcasting, not the desires you're voicing. Your brain is the biological interface between your consciousness and physical reality. Neuroscience has discovered that your brain doesn't distinguish between actual experience and vividly imagined experience. When you mentally rehearse something with enough detail and emotional intensity, your brain fires the same neural patterns as if you were actually living it. This is why visualization works. This is why affirmations, when done correctly, create real change. You're not pretending. You're literally installing new neural hardware that supports a different frequency of consciousness. Every thought you think generates an electromagnetic signal. Every emotion you feel creates a chemical cascade. These signals and chemicals don't stay confined within your skull. They radiate outward, creating an electromagnetic field around your body that extends several feet in all directions. This field interacts with the quantum field of infinite possibility, and through the principle of resonance, you attract experiences, circumstances, and opportunities that match your predominant frequency. This isn't mysticism. This is measurable physics. You are a walking, breathing, broadcasting station, constantly transmitting a signal that the universe constantly answers. When Christ performed healings, he wasn't overriding natural law. He was operating in perfect alignment with it. He would tune in to the frequency of wholeness, of perfect health, of divine order, and from that elevated state, he would speak, or touch, or simply hold the intention, and the person's biology would respond. Why? Because the cells of your body are constantly listening to the signals from your consciousness. When someone operates at the frequency of absolute certainty in healing, when there's zero doubt contaminating the transmission, the body has permission to reorganize itself around that frequency of wholeness. You've been doing this your entire life, mostly unconsciously. When you worry, you're broadcasting the frequency of the problem, and you get more situations to worry about. When you complain, you're tuned to the channel of dissatisfaction, and you notice more things to complain about. When you feel grateful, you're vibrating at the frequency of abundance, and more reasons for gratitude appear. The universe isn't punishing or rewarding you. It's simply matching your signal with corresponding experiences. This is the law. It operates with the same consistency as gravity. The kingdom within you is accessed through a shift in identity, not trying to become someone new, but recognizing who you've always been beneath the layers of conditioning and limiting beliefs. You are not a limited human trying to access divine power. You are divine consciousness having a temporary human experience. The power isn't something you need to acquire. It's something you need to remember you already have. Christ called this being born again, but he wasn't talking about a religious ceremony. He was describing the death of the false, limited identity and the awakening to your true nature as creative consciousness. This identity shift changes everything. When you identify as powerless, you perceive yourself as subject to circumstances beyond your control. You see yourself as effect rather than cause. You wait for things to happen to you, for permission, for the right condition, for someone to rescue. But when you shift into creator conscious, when you recognize yourself as the one broadcasting the signal that determines your experience, you stop being a victim of reality and start being an architect of reality. Most people spend their entire lives operating from victim consciousness without realizing it. They say things like, "I can't help how I feel," or "That's just how things are," or "I have no choice." These statements aren't observations of truth. They're declarations of the frequency you're choosing to broadcast. And the universe, always listening, always responding, says, "Yes, you're right, you are powerless," and delivers experiences that confirm your belief. This is why Christ emphasized belief so consistently, not because belief itself has magic power, but because belief determines your frequency, and your frequency determines your experience. The shift from victim to creator doesn't happen through positive thinking or forcing yourself to feel differently. It happens through understanding. When you truly grasp that your consciousness is creative, that your attention determines what manifests, that you're not observing a fixed reality, but participating in creating a malleable one, something fundamental changes. You can't unknow this truth once you recognize it. And with that recognition comes both tremendous power and tremendous responsibility. Responsibility is your ability to respond. In victim consciousness, you're constantly reacting to circumstances that feel outside your control. In creator consciousness, you recognize that circumstances are neutral until you assign meaning to them, and the meaning you assign determines how they affect you. Two people can experience identical circumstances and have completely different outcomes based on the meaning they attribute to those circumstances. One sees an obstacle, the other sees an opportunity. One feels defeated, the other feels challenged. Same circumstance, different frequency, different result. This is what Christ was demonstrating when he walked on water. The disciples saw a storm and perceived danger. They were tuned to the frequency of fear, and their experience reflected that frequency. Christ saw the same storm and perceived it as neutral. He was tuned to the frequency of divine order, of perfect safety, of laws that transcend physical limitation, and his experience reflected his frequency. He didn't change the storm. He operated from a consciousness where the storm had no power over him. This is the kingdom within, the recognition that external circumstances don't determine your state. Your state determines how external circumstances affect you. Every master teacher throughout history has pointed to this same truth in different words. The Buddha taught that suffering comes from attachment and resistance, from identifying with the fluctuating external rather than the unchanging internal. The Stoics taught that we're disturbed not by things themselves, but by our judgments about things. Modern psychology teaches that it's not events that create our emotional experience, but our interpretation of events. They're all describing the same principle. Consciousness is primary, circumstances are secondary. When you access the kingdom within, when you shift into this creator frequency, something miraculous begins to happen. Synchronicities multiply. The right people appear at the right time. Opportunities manifest seemingly out of nowhere. Resources flow toward you. Obstacles dissolve. This isn't because you're suddenly lucky or blessed or favored. It's because you've tuned your consciousness to a frequency where these experiences are the natural result. You've aligned with the flow of the universe rather than resisting it. The quantum field responds to coherence. When your thoughts, feelings, and actions are aligned, when there's no internal contradiction between what you say you want and what you actually believe is possible, you create a powerful, coherent signal. This coherence is what Christ called faith, not belief in doctrine, but internal alignment. When you ask for abundance while believing in scarcity, you're sending a mixed signal. The universe doesn't respond to your words. It responds to your vibrational frequency, and if that frequency is incoherent, your results will be inconsistent. This is why simply repeating affirmations often doesn't work. If you say, "I am wealthy," while feeling poor, while thinking poor thoughts, while taking actions that reinforce poverty consciousness, you're not changing your frequency. You're just adding more noise to an incoherent signal. The transformation happens when you shift your entire being into alignment with the reality you're claiming. You think wealthy thoughts. You feel wealthy emotions. You take wealthy actions. You speak wealthy words. This coherence creates a powerful broadcast that the quantum field must match. The kingdom within isn't passive. It requires your active participation. Christ never healed anyone who simply stood there hoping something would happen. There was always an element of action. Stretch out your hand, go wash in the pool, pick up your mat, and walk. The action wasn't what created the healing. The action was the demonstration of faith, the physical embodiment of the new frequency. When you take action that aligns with the reality you're claiming, even before you see evidence, you're broadcasting from creator consciousness rather than victim consciousness. Your emotions are the language your body speaks to the quantum. Thoughts initiate the creative process, but emotions amplify and accelerate it. This is why Christ spoke so much about love, joy, peace, gratitude. These aren't just nice feelings. They're high-frequency emotions that open you to the kingdom within. When you feel these emotions, your heart generates a measurable electromagnetic field that's thousands of times stronger than your brain's field. This heart field communicates directly with the quantum field, essentially placing your order with the universe. Most people wait to feel grateful until after they receive what they want. They wait to feel joyful until circumstances change. They wait to feel abundant until money appears. This is backwards. The feeling must come first. The feeling is the frequency that attracts the matching circumstance. When Christ said, "Therefore I tell you, whatever you ask in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours," he was explaining the mechanics of manifestation. The belief that you've already received it generates the feeling of having received it, and that feeling is the frequency that collapses the quantum field into the physical manifestation. This is difficult for the logical mind to accept because it seems backwards. How can you feel grateful before you have something to be grateful for? How can you feel abundant when your bank account is empty? How can you feel healthy when your body is sick? The answer is, you're not trying to convince yourself of a lie. You're tuning into a frequency that already exists. The version of you with abundance already exists in the quantum field. The version of you in perfect health already exists. You're not creating something from nothing. You're selecting which existing possibility you're going to collapse into your experience. Imagine standing in front of an infinite wardrobe containing every possible version of clothing. You wouldn't stand there naked, wishing you had clothes. You would choose an outfit and put it on. The quantum field is exactly like this. It contains every possible version of every possible outcome. Your consciousness is the chooser. Your frequency is how you choose. When you tune into the frequency of the reality you desire, you're essentially saying to the universe, this one, I choose this version. And the universe, which has no preference for which possibility manifests, simply respond as you wish. The kingdom within isn't about denying your current circumstances. It's about not letting your current circumstances determine your frequency. There's a profound difference between acknowledging, I currently have this much money, and identifying as, I am poor. The first is an observation. The second is an identity. Observations can change. Identities resist change because your subconscious mind works tirelessly to maintain consistency with whatever identity you claim. Christ consistently addressed people not as they appeared, but as their potential. He saw the whole person in the sick body. He saw the faithful disciple in the doubting fisherman. He saw the transformed life in the prostitute. This wasn't naive optimism. This was quantum vision. He was looking beyond the current manifestation to the infinite possibilities existing simultaneously, and by holding his consciousness at the frequency of those elevated possibilities, he helped others access those frequencies within themselves. This is what it means to see the kingdom within others, not judging them by their current circumstances or behavior, but recognizing that they, like you, carry infinite potential. When you see someone from this elevated perspective, you help activate their dormant possibilities simply through the frequency of your perception. This is why being around certain people can elevate you, while being around others can drain you. You're constantly exchanging frequencies, constantly influencing each other's access to various possibilities within the quantum field. The activation of the kingdom within begins with awareness. Right now, in this moment, notice the quality of your thoughts. Are they creating or destroying? Are they expanding or contracting? Are they aligned with what you desire to experience or contradicting it? This isn't about judging your thoughts as good or bad. It's about recognizing them as frequencies that are broadcasting a signal. Once you become aware of the signal you're sending, you can choose to change it. Your breath is the bridge between your conscious and subconscious mind, between your thoughts and your biology, between your inner and outer reality. This is why every spiritual tradition emphasizes breath practice. When you breathe slowly and deeply, you signal to your nervous system that you're safe, that you're in control, that you're not in survival mode. This shifts your brain out of beta waves, the frequency of stress and external focus, and into alpha or theta waves, the frequencies where the subconscious mind is most receptive to new programming. In this relaxed but focused state, you can begin to install new frequencies. You can rehearse, mentally and emotionally, the reality you choose to experience. You can feel into the elevated emotions of your desired state. You can speak as if it's already done. You can think from the end result rather than toward it. This isn't pretending. This is tuning. You're adjusting your inner radio dial to match the frequency of the reality that already exists in the quantum field, waiting for your consciousness to select it. The kingdom within becomes your refuge, your source, your foundation. When external circumstances fluctuate, as they always do, you have an internal center that remains constant. When challenges arise, you don't meet them from victim consciousness asking, "Why is this happening to me?" You meet them from creator consciousness asking, "What is this teaching me?" Or, "How is this redirecting me toward something better?" This shift in perspective is the difference between being tossed by every wave and being the lighthouse that remains steady regardless of the storm. Christ said, "In the world you will have tribulation, but take heart. I have overcome the world." He wasn't promising that external challenges would disappear. He was revealing that when you operate from the kingdom within, from elevated consciousness, the world, meaning external circumstances, loses its power to determine your state. You've overcome the world, not by changing it, but by changing your relationship to it. You've shifted from being subject to circumstances to being sourced from something deeper, more constant, more powerful. This is the great reversal. The world tells you that you'll be happy when circumstances improve. The kingdom within reveals that circumstances improve when you become happy. The world tells you that you'll feel abundant when you have money. The kingdom within reveals that you attract money when you feel abundant. The world tells you that you'll feel loved when someone loves you. The kingdom within reveals that you attract love when you feel lovable. Cause and effect are reversed when you understand that consciousness is primary and circumstances are secondary. Living from the kingdom within doesn't mean you ignore practical action. It means your actions come from inspiration rather than desperation. They come from overflow rather than lack. They come from joy rather than obligation. When you're tuned to the frequency of your desired reality, the actions you need to take become obvious. They feel natural rather than forced. You're not pushing against resistance. You're flowing with momentum. The universe begins to conspire in your favor because you've aligned with the frequency where that conspiracy is the natural result. Every morning you wake up, you have a choice. You can tune into the frequency of your current circumstances and perpetuate more of the same. Or you can tune into the frequency of the kingdom within, the elevated possibilities that exist beyond current evidence, and begin collapsing those possibilities into your experience. This choice isn't made once. It's made moment by moment, thought by thought, feeling by feeling, and with each choice to align with your elevated consciousness rather than your current circumstances, you strengthen the neural pathways that make this elevated state your new normal. The kingdom of heaven is within you, not as metaphor, not as religious poetry, as actual, accessible, always present, creative consciousness that's ready to transform your reality the moment you shift your frequency to access it. You are not waiting for permission. You are not earning worthiness. You are not hoping for salvation. You are recognizing what has always been true. You are consciousness itself, unlimited and creative, temporarily focused into this physical experience with complete access to infinite possibility through the transformation of your awareness. The question isn't whether the kingdom is within you. The question is, are you willing to tune into its frequency and allow your life to reflect its unlimited nature? This is the activation. This is the awakening. This is your inheritance waiting to be claimed. Chapter 3. Faith as vibrational certainty, the science of believing. If you could move mountains with faith the size of a mustard seed, why haven't you moved any mountains yet? This question isn't meant to discourage you. It's meant to wake you up to a fundamental misunderstanding that has kept one of Christ's most powerful teachings locked away from practical application. For centuries, we've been told that faith means believing without evidence, accepting religious doctrine, hoping that our prayers might be answered. But what if faith has nothing to do with any of that? What if faith, as Christ taught it, is actually a precise vibrational frequency that collapses quantum possibilities into physical manifestation? What if faith isn't something you have or don't have, but rather a state of consciousness you cultivate through understanding how reality actually works? When Christ said, "If you have faith as small as a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, 'Move from here to there,' and it will move," he wasn't speaking metaphorically. He wasn't exaggerating for effect. He was describing the actual mechanism by which consciousness reorganizes matter. But here's what most people miss. He wasn't talking about the kind of faith that hopes something might happen. He was talking about the kind of faith that knows something has already happened. There's a universe of difference between these two frequencies, and understanding this difference is what unlocks your manifestation power. Think about how you feel when you order something online. You click the purchase button, and immediately you know that package is coming. You don't sit around hoping it might arrive. You don't pray that the company will actually send it. You don't worry that it might not show up. You have absolute certainty that it's already in motion toward you. So complete is this certainty that you might even clear space in your home for where you'll put it. You might tell friends about what's coming. You operate from the assumption that it's done, even though you can't see it yet. This is the frequency of faith that Christ was describing. Not hope, not wishing, not maybe, but done. The quantum field operates according to precise laws, just like gravity or electromagnetism. One of these laws is that the field of infinite possibility collapses into specific manifestation based on the frequency of the observer's consciousness. When you observe from the frequency of, "I hope this happens," you're actually broadcasting the signal, "This hasn't happened yet, and I'm not sure it will." The universe, which always matches your frequency with precision, responds by keeping your desire in the realm of "hasn't happened yet." You're literally instructing the quantum field to maintain your desire as a future possibility rather than collapsing it into present reality. But when you observe from the frequency of "it is done," everything changes. This frequency contains no doubt, no contradiction, no wavering. It's the same frequency you have when you flip a light switch. You don't hope the light will come on. You don't pray about it. You don't wonder if maybe, possibly, if conditions are right, the light might illuminate. You know it will because you understand the mechanism. You've seen it work 1,000 times. Your certainty is complete, and that certainty is what Christ called faith. Faith isn't belief despite lack of evidence. Faith is certainty based on understanding the laws that govern manifestation. When you truly understand that consciousness creates reality, that the quantum field responds to your vibrational frequency, that your thoughts and emotions generate electromagnetic signals that organize matter and circumstance, you don't need to hope your desires will manifest. You know they must manifest because you understand the law. This is why Christ said, "Whoever says to this mountain, 'Be lifted up and thrown into the sea,' and does not doubt in his heart, but believes that what he says will come to pass, it will be done for him." The key phrase is, "does not doubt," not even a little, not secretly, not unconsciously, complete vibrational certainty. This is where most people's manifestation attempts fail. They try to force themselves to believe something while their actual frequency broadcasts the opposite. They say affirmations while feeling fraudulent. They visualize abundance while thinking this isn't real. They pray for healing while identifying as sick. The words and mental images don't matter. The universe isn't listening to your words. It's responding to your frequency, and your frequency is determined by what you actually believe at the deepest level, not what you're trying to convince yourself to believe. Your subconscious mind is running the show 95% of the time. This is the part of your consciousness that's been programmed since childhood with beliefs about what's possible, what you deserve, who you are, how the world works. These subconscious programs create your habitual frequency. If your subconscious programming says, "People like me don't get wealthy," or "I'm not good enough," or "nothing ever works out for me," then no matter what affirmations you speak consciously, your subconscious frequency is broadcasting the opposite. And the subconscious always wins because it's the more powerful trans. This is why Christ emphasized the heart over the mind. In ancient understanding, the heart wasn't just a physical organ, but the seat of deep knowing, of subconscious belief, of vibrational truth. When he said, "does not doubt in his heart," he was pointing to the necessity of subconscious alignment. Your conscious mind can think whatever it wants, but if your heart, your subconscious programming, contains doubt, that doubt contaminates your signal. The quantum field responds to the dominant frequency, and when there's contradiction between conscious desire and subconscious belief, the subconscious frequency dominates. So how do you develop this kind of faith, this vibrational certainty that has no doubt? You start by understanding that faith isn't something you generate through willpower. It's something that naturally emerges when you align your consciousness with truth. And the truth is this: the quantum field contains every possibility. The version of you living your desired reality already exists, not as a potential future, but as a present possibility. When you truly grasp this, when you understand that you're not trying to create something from nothing, but simply selecting which existing reality you'll experience, faith becomes natural. Imagine you're in a dark room full of furniture. You can't see the furniture, but it's all there. When you turn on the light, you're not creating the furniture. You're revealing what was already present. Faith works the same way. The reality you desire isn't absent. It's present, but invisible to your current frequency. When you shift your consciousness to the frequency of that reality, you're not making something happen. You're allowing yourself to perceive and experience what's already there. This is what Christ demonstrated with the fig tree. He cursed a fig tree, and it withered. The disciples were amazed, but Christ's response was essentially, "This is how it works, and you can do it too." He wasn't using special divine power unavailable to others. He was demonstrating the law of consciousness affecting matter. His words weren't magic spells. His words were expressions of an internal frequency, of absolute certainty. He knew the tree would wither because he understood the mechanism. His faith wasn't hope. It was knowledge. Every time you've manifested anything in your life, you've used this same mechanism, though probably unconsciously. Think about something you were absolutely certain would happen, and it did. Maybe you knew you'd get a particular job. Maybe you knew you'd meet someone special. Maybe you knew you'd recover from an illness. In those moments, your certainty was complete. You didn't hope. You didn't wonder. You knew. And because your frequency contained no contradiction, no doubt, the quantum field had no choice but to match that frequency with corresponding physical reality. The opposite is also true. Think about times when you were certain something bad would happen, and it did. You knew you'd fail the test, and you did. You knew the relationship wouldn't work, and it didn't. You knew you'd get sick, and you got sick. This wasn't prophecy. This was self-fulfilling frequency. Your certainty, even certainty about negative outcomes, is still faith. It's still vibrational frequency that the quantum field matches. The universe doesn't judge your desires as positive or negative. It simply responds to the frequency of your consciousness with matching experiences. This is crucial to understand. You're always exercising faith. You can't not have faith because you can't turn off your vibrational broadcast. The question isn't whether you have faith, but what your faith is focused on. Are you certain about your limitations or your possibilities? Are you absolutely sure you'll fail, or absolutely sure you'll succeed? Whatever you're certain about, that's where your faith is operating, and that's what will manifest. Most people have developed tremendous faith in their limitations. They have unshakable belief in their unworthiness. They have absolute certainty about their lack. They have complete conviction that change is hard, that success is rare, that they're victims of circumstance. This isn't absence of faith. This is faith perfectly directed toward creating more limitation. And the universe, responding to frequency rather than preference, delivers exactly what they have faith in. The transformation begins when you redirect your faith from what you don't want to what you do want. But here's the tricky part. You can't just decide to have faith in something your subconscious doesn't believe. You have to reprogram the subconscious, install new beliefs, create new neural pathways that support the frequency you're trying to broadcast. This is what Christ meant by being transformed by the renewal of your mind. Not positive thinking overlaid on negative beliefs, but actual transformation of the beliefs themselves. Your brain is neuroplastic, meaning it physically reorganizes itself based on what you repeatedly think and feel. Every time you think a thought, you strengthen the neural pathway associated with that thought. Think it enough times, and it becomes a superhighway, a default pattern that runs automatically. This is how beliefs get installed in the first place. You experienced something, formed a conclusion about what it meant, thought that thought repeatedly, and eventually it became an unconscious belief that now runs in the background, creating your habitual frequency. The good news is that neuroplasticity works in both directions. Just as you created limiting beliefs through repetition, you can create empowering beliefs through repetition. But you have to be strategic about it. You can't just repeat words. You have to combine the new thought with elevated emotion. Emotion is the chemical signature that tells your brain this information is important, that it should prioritize creating strong neural connections around this pattern. This is why Christ's teachings always emphasized feeling. Ask and you shall receive, that your joy may be full. Not just ask and receive. Ask, receive, and feel joy. The joy is the chemical signal that installs the new pattern. When you combine a thought with an elevated emotion like joy, gratitude, love, or inspiration, you create a powerful state that your brain and body remember. Do this repeatedly, and this state becomes your new normal, your new frequency, your new faith. The process is simple but requires consistency. You imagine the reality you desire, not as distant future but as present fact. You feel the emotions of living that reality now. You do this daily, ideally when your brain is in alpha or theta state, which happens naturally when you're deeply relaxed or just waking up or just before sleep. In these states, your subconscious is most receptive to new programming. You're essentially rehearsing a new frequency until it becomes familiar, until your nervous system recognizes it as safe, until your subconscious accepts it as real. As you do this, something remarkable happens. The new frequency starts to feel more natural than the old one. You catch yourself thinking thoughts aligned with your desired reality without effort. You notice emotions of abundance, health, love, or success arising spontaneously. You take actions that align with your new identity without forcing. This is how you know the reprogramming is working. Faith isn't something you're trying to maintain through willpower. It's something that flows naturally from your new internal programming. Christ never struggled to have faith because his consciousness was so aligned with truth that faith was his natural state. He knew he was one with the Father, one with Source, one with the creative intelligence that orchestrates all reality. From this knowing, manifestation wasn't miraculous. It was natural. It was simply consciousness operating according to its inherent nature. He was showing you what's possible when you align with this same truth, when you recognize yourself not as limited human hoping for divine intervention, but as divine consciousness, temporarily focused into human form. The doubt that blocks manifestation isn't usually loud, obvious doubt. It's subtle, unconscious doubt that lives in your subconscious programming. It's the doubt that whispers, "People like me don't," or "That's too good to be true," or "I'm not ready," or "I don't deserve this." These whispers are frequencies that contaminate your broadcast. They're weeds in the garden of your consciousness that must be identified and removed if you want to cultivate pure faith. One of the most powerful ways to identify subconscious doubt is to pay attention to what happens when you imagine your desire fulfilled. If you feel resistance, discomfort, unworthiness, or disbelief, that's subconscious doubt making itself known. This is actually good news because you can't change what you can't see. Once you identify the doubt, you can work with it. You can question its validity. You can trace it back to its origin. You can recognize it as programming rather than truth. And you can consciously install new programming that supports your desired reality. Faith grows through small successes. You start with manifestations that feel believable to your current consciousness. Maybe you can't yet believe you'll manifest $1 million, but you can believe you'll find a parking space. So you practice faith on the parking space. You claim it as done before you see it. You feel grateful for it in advance. And when it manifests, which it will, because there's no doubt contaminating your signal, you've just proved to yourself that the mechanism works. Your faith grows. Your certainty increases. You expand to slightly bigger manifestations. This is the mustard seed principle. The mustard seed is tiny, but it contains within it the potential for a large tree. Your faith might start small, but as you exercise it, as you prove to yourself that consciousness creates reality, it grows. What seemed impossible becomes probable, then becomes inevitable, then becomes obvious. Eventually you operate from such complete certainty that manifestation feels as natural as breathing. This was Christ's state. This is the state available to you. But here's something most people miss. Faith isn't passive. Faith without works is dead, as James wrote. This doesn't mean you have to force action through struggle and effort. It means that real faith naturally expresses itself in aligned action. When you have genuine faith that your desire is already yours, you begin acting as if it's true. You make space for it. You prepare for it. You speak about it with certainty. You make decisions from the place of already having it. These actions aren't creating the manifestation. They're evidence that your frequency has genuinely shifted. Think about a pregnant woman. She doesn't see the baby yet, but she has absolute faith it's coming. So what does she do? She prepares the nursery. She buys baby clothes. She tells people she's having a baby. She makes plans for after the birth. She's not hoping a baby might possibly appear someday if conditions are right. She knows the baby is coming, and her actions align with that knowing. This is faith expressing itself in action. This is what it means to walk by faith, not by sight. When Christ told the paralyzed man to pick up his mat and walk, he was requiring action that could only be taken if the man's frequency had shifted. A man who still identified as paralyzed couldn't take that action. But a man who accepted healing as present reality, who shifted his internal frequency to match wholeness, would find that his body could suddenly do what seemed impossible moments before. The action didn't create the healing. The action was evidence that the healing had already occurred at the consciousness level, and the body was catching up to the new frequency. Your life is constantly giving you feedback about your faith. Look at your results. They're perfect mirrors of your subconscious certainty. If you're experiencing lack, you have faith in lack. If you're experiencing abundance, you have faith in abundance. If you're experiencing illness, you have faith in illness. If you're experiencing health, you have faith in health. This isn't judgment, it's information. Your results show you what frequency you're actually broadcasting beneath your conscious desire. The transformation happens when you stop judging your results as good or bad and start seeing them as data. They're showing you what's running in your subconscious. Once you see it, you can change it. You can identify the beliefs creating the unwanted frequency. You can install new beliefs that create the frequency aligned with your desires. You can practice the new frequency until it becomes your default. And as your default frequency changes, your results must change to match, because that's how the law works. Faith, then, isn't believing despite evidence. Faith is understanding the law so completely that you trust it even before you see physical evidence. Just like you trust gravity even though you can't see it. Just like you trust that the sun will rise tomorrow, even though tomorrow hasn't happened yet. Just like you trust that seeds planted in fertile soil will grow, even though the plant isn't visible yet. This is rational faith, scientific faith, law-based faith. And this is the faith that moves mountains. The mountains Christ spoke of aren't just physical obstacles. They're the mountains of limiting beliefs, of doubt, of unworthiness, of impossibility, thinking that block your manifestations. When your faith reaches the frequency of absolute certainty, when you know at the cellular level that consciousness creates reality, these mountains dissolve, not through effort, not through struggle, but through the simple recognition that they were never solid obstacles in the first place. They were thought forms, belief structures, frequency patterns that only had power because you gave it to them. As you release faith in limitation and cultivate faith in possibility, as you shift from hoping things might change to knowing they must change, as you align your conscious desires with subconscious beliefs, you activate the most powerful force in the universe, consciousness directed through certainty. This is the faith that Christ demonstrated and invited you to develop. Not religious faith that hopes for future salvation, but quantum faith that collapses present possibilities into physical reality. Not passive faith that waits for external intervention, but creative faith that recognizes itself as the intervention. You are not trying to convince yourself of something untrue. You are remembering something absolutely true that you temporarily forgot. You are consciousness itself, and consciousness is the creative force of the universe. When this truth becomes your living frequency, when certainty replaces doubt, when knowing replaces hoping, you will look back and wonder how you ever believed you were powerless. The faith Christ spoke of isn't something you need to acquire. It's something you need to remember, and with that remembering comes the recognition that mountains, whether physical or metaphorical, have always been movable. You just needed to operate from the frequency where their movement is inevitable. That frequency is faith. That frequency is certainty. That frequency is available to you now. Chapter 4. Ask and you shall receive. Decoding prayer as manifestation technology. Have you ever noticed that some prayers seem to get answered while others vanish into silence? Have you wondered why two people can pray for the same thing with equal sincerity, yet one manifests their desire while the other remains stuck in the same circumstance? The answer has nothing to do with who deserves more or who God favors. It has everything to do with understanding that prayer, as Christ taught it, isn't begging an external deity for favor. Prayer is a precise technology for communicating with the quantum field, and like any technology, it works when you understand the operating principles and fails when you don't. When Christ said, "Ask and you shall receive, seek and you shall find, knock and the door shall be opened," he wasn't making a promise that might or might not come true, depending on divine mood. He was revealing a law as reliable as gravity. But the word ask has been so misunderstood, so diluted by centuries of religious interpretation, that most people have no idea what real asking actually is. They think asking means begging, pleading, hoping, wishing, repeating the same requests over and over, while secretly doubting they'll be heard. This isn't asking. This is broadcasting the frequency of lack, of separation, of powerlessness. And the universe, always responding to your frequency rather than your words, delivers more experiences that match lack, separation, and powerlessness. Real asking, the kind Christ demonstrated and taught, is a declaration from a place of knowing. It's a command issued from Creator consciousness, not a petition submitted from victim consciousness. When you truly ask in the way Christ meant, you're not requesting something you don't have. You're claiming something that already exists in the quantum field of possibilities. You're collapsing a potential reality into physical manifestation through the power of focused intention combined with elevated emotion. This is why Christ said, "Whatever you ask in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours." The belief that you've already received it is the frequency that does the actual manifesting. Think about the difference between begging and ordering. When you go to a restaurant and order food, you don't beg the server to please, maybe if it's not too much trouble, possibly bring you something to eat. You don't spend 20 minutes explaining why you deserve food or listing all the reasons you're hungry. You simply state clearly what you want. You know it's going to come, and you prepare to receive it by remaining seated and ready. This is asking from certainty. This is prayer, as Christ taught it. You state your desire clearly. You know it's already in motion toward you, and you prepare yourself to receive it. Most traditional prayer does the opposite. It reinforces the very condition you're trying to change. When you pray, "Please help me. I'm so poor. I need money desperately." What frequency are you broadcasting? Poverty, desperation, lack, need, and the quantum field, which doesn't judge or evaluate, but simply matches frequencies, responds by perpetuating circumstances that correspond to poverty, desperation, lack, and need. You're essentially telling the universe, "This is my reality. More of this, please." And the universe complies. Your prayer is working perfectly. It's just creating more of what you're focused on, rather than what you actually want. This is why Christ taught, "When you pray, do not heap up empty phrases as the Gentiles do, for they think that they will be heard for their many words." The many words, the repetition, the endless petitioning, all of it broadcasts doubt. If you truly believed your prayer was heard and answered, you wouldn't need to keep asking. The fact that you're repeating the request reveals that you don't actually believe it's done, and that disbelief is the frequency that prevents manifestation. Real prayer is more like placing an order than making a plea. You state it once, with clarity and certainty, and then you live as if it's already done. The quantum field is a field of infinite intelligence that contains every possible version of every possible outcome. It's not making decisions about who deserves what. It's not judging your worthiness. It's simply responding to the electromagnetic frequency you're broadcasting through your thoughts and emotions. When you pray from the frequency of already having what you desire, when you feel the gratitude and joy of fulfillment before seeing physical evidence, you send a clear, coherent signal that the field must match. This is scientific prayer. This is prayer that works because it aligns with how reality actually operates. Christ demonstrated this perfectly when he raised Lazarus from the dead. Before calling Lazarus out of the tomb, he prayed, "Father, I thank you that you have heard me. I knew that you always hear me, but I said this on account of the people standing around, that they may believe." Notice the past tense. Thank you that you have heard me, not hoping you'll hear me, not asking you to please hear me, already knowing it's done. This is the frequency of manifestation. He wasn't hoping Lazarus might possibly come back to life. He was operating from absolute certainty that the resurrection was already accomplished in consciousness, and the physical reality was simply catching up to the vibrational reality. Your words in prayer are less important than the feeling behind them. You could say the most beautiful, eloquent prayer ever composed, but if the feeling underneath is doubt, fear, or unworthiness, that feeling is the actual prayer. The quantum field reads vibration, not vocabulary. This is why someone can pray with simple, even grammatically incorrect words, yet manifest powerfully, while someone else can recite perfectly crafted prayers daily with zero results. The difference is the feeling, the frequency, the vibrational certainty behind the word. The most powerful prayer is gratitude, not gratitude as a technique to manipulate the universe into giving you things, but genuine gratitude as the natural result of already feeling fulfilled. When you can feel grateful for what you desire before it manifests physically, you've mastered the frequency of manifestation. You're no longer waiting for circumstances to change so you can feel good. You're feeling good now, and circumstances must reorganize themselves to match that elevated frequency. This is why Christ consistently emphasized thanksgiving in his prayers. He was demonstrating the frequency that precedes manifestation. Gratitude is the ultimate confirmation to the universe that your desire is already fulfilled. You don't thank someone for something they haven't given you yet. Genuine thanks implies receipt. So when you can access authentic gratitude for your desire, as if it's already manifested, you've shifted your consciousness into the reality where it has manifested. You're no longer observing from the frequency of not having it. You're observing from the frequency of having it. And the quantum field, always responsive to the frequency of the observer, must collapse possibilities into physical form that matches your observation. But here's where most people struggle. They try to force gratitude while still identifying with lack. They say, "I'm so grateful for my abundance," while thinking, "I'm broke and nothing's working." This creates a contradictory signal. The quantum field receives mixed messages and produces inconsistent results. Real gratitude isn't something you manufacture with your mind. It's something you feel in your body when you've genuinely shifted your consciousness into alignment with your desire. It's the natural emotional signature of the fulfilled state. This is why visualization practices can be so powerful when done correctly. You're not visualizing to create something that doesn't exist. You're visualizing to help your consciousness tune into a reality that already exists in the quantum field. When you imagine your desire with rich sensory detail, when you see it, feel it, hear it, even smell and taste the reality of it, when you inhabit that visualization so completely that your brain and body respond as if it's actually happening. You're shifting your frequency to match that reality. And from that matched frequency, physical manifestation becomes inevitable. Christ said, "Therefore I tell you, whatever you ask in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours." The sequence is crucial. First, you ask, which means you clarify and claim your desire. Second, you believe you have received it, which means you shift your frequency to the fulfilled state. Third, it becomes yours physically. The belief that you've already received it isn't delusion. It's tuning into the quantum reality where you have received it. You're not lying to yourself. You're aligning yourself with a different dimension of reality, one that exists just as validly as your current circumstances. Time, as you experience it linearly, is an illusion from the quantum perspective. Past, present, and future exist simultaneously. The version of you who has already manifested your desire exists right now in the quantum field. That version of you isn't waiting to be created. It's waiting to be selected through the frequency of your consciousness. When you pray from the consciousness of that future self, when you think their thoughts and feel their feeling, you're not pretending. You're stepping into an already existing reality, and as you sustain that frequency, the physical world reorganizes itself to match. This is why Christ emphasized entering your inner room and shutting the door when you pray. He wasn't talking about physical solitude, though that helps. He was talking about going within, closing out external circumstances, and connecting with the internal reality where all things are possible. In your inner room, in the sanctuary of your consciousness, you're not limited by what currently is. You have access to what could be, what should be, what already is in potential form. This is where real prayer happens, not in the repetition of memorized words, but in the felt experience of desired reality. The timing of manifestation is something many people struggle to understand. Christ said, "Until now you have asked nothing in my name. Ask, and you will receive, that your joy may be full." Asking in Christ's name doesn't mean ending your prayer with a particular phrase. It means asking from Christ consciousness, from the elevated frequency of unity with Source, from the knowing that you and the Father are one. When you ask from this consciousness, the timing of manifestation is determined by how consistently you maintain the frequency, how completely you've removed doubt, and how aligned your subconscious beliefs are with your conscious desires. Sometimes manifestation is instantaneous because your consciousness is so aligned, so free of contradiction, that the quantum field has a clear, coherent signal to respond to. Other times there's a delay, not because the universe is testing you or making you wait, but because your consciousness keeps fluctuating between the frequency of having and the frequency of lacking. Every time you doubt, every time you check physical reality for evidence and feel disappointed at its absence, every time you tell someone it's not working, you reset the manifestation process. You're essentially changing your order, telling the universe, "Never mind, I don't really believe it's coming." This is why persistence in faith matters. Not persistent begging, but persistent frequency. You hold the vision. You maintain the feeling. You live from the end result, regardless of what current circumstances show you. Christ said, "Men ought always to pray and not lose heart." This doesn't mean constantly repeat the same requests. It means maintain the consciousness of answered prayer. Stay in the frequency of the fulfilled state. Don't let temporary physical evidence convince you that your desire isn't already yours in the quantum field. The universe operates on a principle that quantum physicists call the observer effect. The act of observation literally affects what's being observed. Your attention isn't neutral. Your consciousness participates in creating what you experience. So when you pray, when you focus your attention on a desired outcome with elevated emotion, you're not just hoping that outcome might appear. You're actively collapsing that outcome from quantum possibility into physical probability. The more focused your attention, the more elevated your emotion, the more certain your knowing, the more quickly the collapse occurs. This is why Christ said, "If two of you agree on earth about anything they ask, it will be done for them by my Father in heaven." When multiple consciousnesses hold the same frequency, when there's coherence between people's vibrational broadcasts, the signal amplifies exponentially. This isn't about convincing God through numbers. This is about creating a more powerful electromagnetic field through coherent group consciousness. This is measurable physics. When hearts and minds align in frequency, they create a field effect that accelerates manifestation. But you don't need others to manifest your desires. You need coherence within yourself. When your conscious mind, subconscious mind, thoughts, emotions, words, and actions all align, when there's no internal contradiction, you become a powerful, focused, broadcasting station. This internal coherence is more important than any external factor. Christ himself said, "If you have faith and do not doubt, you will not only do what has been done to the fig tree, but even if you say to this mountain, 'Be taken up and thrown into the sea,' it will happen." The key is, do not doubt. Complete internal coherence, no mixed signals, pure frequency. Prayer then becomes less about words and more about state. It's about entering the consciousness of the fulfilled desire and dwelling there. It's about feeling the feelings of having what you want before you see it. It's about thinking the thoughts that person who has your desire would think. It's about being the version of yourself who already lives that reality. This is praying without ceasing, as Paul wrote, not constantly talking to God, but constantly maintaining the frequency of answered prayer. Many people pray and then immediately contradict their prayer with their thoughts, words, and actions. They pray for abundance, then spend the day complaining about lack. They pray for healing, then identify as sick. They pray for love, then reinforce unworthiness. These contradictions cancel the prayer, not because God is fickle or difficult, but because the universe responds to your dominant frequency, not your occasional elevated moments. If you spend 5 minutes in prayer consciousness and 23 hours and 55 minutes in lack conscious, the lack conscious win. Your manifestation will reflect your dominant state. The transformation happens when prayer becomes your operating system rather than a desperate emergency measure. When you live from the consciousness of already having, when you think and feel and act from the fulfilled state most of the time, when your baseline frequency is gratitude and certainty rather than lack and doubt, then your entire life becomes a prayer. And that prayer gets answered in every moment through the experiences you attract, the opportunities that appear, the synchronicities that guide you toward your desire. Christ taught, "Do not be anxious about anything, but in everything by prayer and supplication with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known to God." The thanksgiving isn't after you receive. The thanksgiving is part of the request. You give thanks as you ask, because you know it's already done. This thanksgiving isn't fake positivity. It's the natural feeling of someone who understands that consciousness creates reality, that the quantum field contains all possibilities, and that asking from certainty always produces corresponding results. Your desires themselves are messages from your higher consciousness, from the version of you that already exists in expanded form. You don't want things randomly. You want them because they align with your soul's evolution, your highest expression, your fullest potential. The desire is the call. Prayer is the answer to that call. Not prayer as begging, but prayer as alignment. You align your current consciousness with the consciousness that already has what you desire. And from that alignment, the physical manifestation flows naturally, inevitably, perfectly. This is why Christ said, "It is your Father's good pleasure to give you the kingdom." The universe isn't withholding from you. Source wants you to have everything that aligns with your highest good. The question isn't whether the universe will provide. The question is whether you're broadcasting the frequency that allows you to receive. You don't need to convince or persuade or earn or prove yourself worthy. You need to tune your consciousness to the frequency where what you desire already exists, and then allow it to manifest into your physical reality. The blocks to receiving aren't external, they're internal. They're the beliefs that say, you can't have what you want, that you don't deserve it, that it's not possible for you, that you're not enough. These beliefs create resistance in your consciousness. They're like static that disrupts your signal. When Christ healed people, he often said your sins are forgiven. He wasn't making a moral judgment. He was addressing the guilt and unworthiness that created resistance to healing. Once that resistance dissolved, healing happened naturally because the person's consciousness no longer blocked the flow of divine order. Prayer isn't about changing God's mind. It's about changing your consciousness. It's about shifting from the frequency of separation to the frequency of unity, from the consciousness of lack to the consciousness of abundance, from the identity of victim to the identity of creator. When that shift happens, when you pray from creator consciousness rather than victim consciousness, everything changes. Your prayers become commands rather than requests, declarations rather than petitions, certainties rather than hopes. And here's what's beautiful. You don't need special words, formal language, or religious rituals. You simply need clarity about what you desire, certainty that it already exists in the quantum field, and the willingness to align your entire being with the frequency of that desired reality. You state your desire once, clearly, and with feeling. You give thanks as if it's already done. You maintain that frequency through your thoughts, emotions, and actions, and you watch as the universe conspires to deliver exactly what you've claimed. Christ demonstrated that prayer isn't complicated. It's children who most easily enter the kingdom of heaven because they haven't yet learned to doubt, to question their worthiness, to complicate simple truths with limiting beliefs. They ask expecting to receive. They claim without guilt. They believe without contradiction. This is the consciousness that manifests powerfully, not childish but childlike, not naive but pure in frequency, not ignorant of how things work, but aligned with how things actually work at the quantum level. You've been praying your entire life, whether you called it prayer or not. Every thought is a prayer. Every emotion is a prayer. Every word is a prayer. Every action is a prayer. They're all frequencies broadcasting into the quantum field, all receiving corresponding responses. The question isn't whether you should pray. The question is what you're praying for through the frequency of your consciousness. Are you praying for limitation through thoughts of lack? Are you praying for sickness through identification as ill? Are you praying for loneliness through feelings of unworthiness? Or are you praying for abundance through thoughts of sufficiency? Are you praying for health through identification as whole? Are you praying for connection through feelings of love? Your life is answering these prayers right now. Look around you. What you're experiencing is the physical manifestation of the prayers you've been broadcasting. If you don't like what you see, you don't need to pray harder. You need to pray differently. You need to shift the frequency of your consciousness from lack to abundance, from fear to love, From doubt to certainty. Ask and you shall receive. Not maybe. Not if you're lucky. Not if God's in a good mood. Shall receive. It's a law. It works when you work it correctly. You ask from the consciousness of already having. You believe it's done before you see evidence. You maintain that frequency despite temporary appearances. You give thanks for the invisible manifestation that's already in motion, and then you receive, not because you earned it, or deserved it, or convinced anyone to give it to you, but because that's how the law works. That's how prayer works when you understand it not as religious ritual, but as quantum technology. That's how you work. When you remember who you are, consciousness itself, creative and powerful, with direct access to infinite possibility through the transformation of your awareness. Ask believing you have already received. This is the prayer that moves mountains. This is the prayer that manifests miracles. This is the prayer that's been waiting for you to finally understand and use it. Chapter 5. Forgiveness as energy liberation, dissolving blocks to abundance. What if unforgiveness is the single greatest block to your manifestations? What if the resentment you're holding toward that person who wronged you isn't just an emotional burden, but an actual energetic anchor preventing abundance from flowing into your life? What if forgiveness, which has been taught as a moral obligation or religious duty, is actually a powerful technology for releasing trapped energy and restoring the natural flow of manifestation? This isn't about being a good person or following spiritual rules. This is about understanding the energetic mechanics of how resentment blocks your creative power and how forgiveness restores it. When Christ said, "Forgive, and you will be forgiven," he wasn't describing a divine tit-for-tat where God keeps score of who forgives whom. He was revealing a law of energy. What you hold on to holds on to you. Every resentment, every grudge, every unhealed hurt creates an energetic cord that binds you to the person or situation that caused the pain. And as long as that cord exists, your energy is being drained, your frequency is being lowered, and your manifestation power is being compromised. Forgiveness isn't about letting someone off the hook. It's about cutting the cord so you can reclaim your power. Think about how a computer works. When you have too many programs running in the background, the computer slows down. Processing power that could be used for what you actually want to do is being consumed by all these unnecessary background operations. Your consciousness works the same way. Every unresolved resentment, every replayed grievance, every mentally rehearsed argument is a program running in the background of your consciousness, consuming energy that could be directed toward creating the life you desire. Forgiveness is like closing those programs. It frees up your processing power for manifestation. The quantum field responds to the total signal you're broadcasting, not just your conscious desire. If you're consciously trying to manifest abundance, while unconsciously broadcasting the frequency of victimhood through unforgiveness, the unconscious frequency dominates. You can't override the energetic drain of resentment with positive affirmation. The resentment creates a low-frequency field that attracts more experiences matching that frequency. This is why people who carry multiple grudges often find themselves repeatedly betrayed, repeatedly mistreated, repeatedly victimized. They're not unlucky. They're broadcasting a frequency that attracts those experiences. Unforgiveness is fundamentally about maintaining a story where you're the victim and someone else is the villain. As long as you need that story to be true, as long as your identity is built around having been wronged, you're locked into victim consciousness. And victim consciousness is the opposite of creator consciousness. Victims wait for circumstances to change. Victims blame others for their situations. Victims believe power is outside themselves. Creators recognize that external circumstances don't determine internal state. Creators take full responsibility for their experience. Creators know their power is within. You cannot be both victim and creator simultaneously. Forgiveness is the bridge from one to the other. When Christ was crucified, his response was, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." This wasn't noble martyrdom. This was Christ refusing to enter victim consciousness, even in the face of ultimate injustice. He understood that holding resentment toward his executioners would lower his frequency, would separate him from unity consciousness, would contradict everything he taught about love and forgiveness. His forgiveness wasn't for their benefit. It was for his own alignment with truth. He was demonstrating that you maintain your power, not by holding on to grievances, but by releasing them. Neuroscience has discovered that when you replay angry or resentful thoughts, your brain releases cortisol and adrenaline, the stress hormones that prepare your body for fight or flight. Your heart rate increases, your blood pressure rises, your immune system weakens, your digestion slows, your body goes into survival mode. And in survival mode, you're operating from your most primitive brain, the reptilian brain that knows only fear and reaction. In this state, you have zero access to your higher creative faculties. You cannot manifest from stress. You cannot create from survival mode. You cannot access elevated consciousness while bathed in stress chemistry. But here's what most people don't realize. Your brain and body respond to imagined threats the same way they respond to real threats. When you replay that argument from 10 years ago, when you rehearse what you should have said, when you imagine confronting that person who wronged you, your body releases the same stress chemicals as if the event were happening right now. You're essentially re-traumatizing yourself repeatedly. And every time you do this, you strengthen the neural pathways associated with that resentment, making it more automatic, more habitual, more deeply embedded in your consciousness. The person you're resenting might not even remember the incident. They might not think about you at all. They're living their life while you're poisoning yours with stress chemistry and low-frequency emotions. The resentment isn't hurting them. It's hurting you. This is what it means when people say holding on to anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. The energetic toxicity of unforgiveness affects only one person, you, and it affects everything in your life because your vibrational frequency influences every manifestation. Forgiveness doesn't mean condoning harmful behavior. It doesn't mean trusting someone who proved themselves untrustworthy. It doesn't mean maintaining relationships that don't serve you. It doesn't mean pretending the hurt never happened. Forgiveness means releasing the emotional charge, the energetic attachment, the need for that person or situation to be different than it was. It means accepting what happened as part of your journey without letting it define your present or future. It means reclaiming the energy you've been investing in resentment and redirecting it toward creation. When you forgive, you're not saying what happened was okay. You're saying you're no longer willing to sacrifice your present and future on the altar of a past you cannot change. You're choosing freedom over bondage, peace over turmoil, high frequency over low frequency. This is entirely selfish in the highest sense. You're not forgiving for them. You're forgiving for you, for your well-being, for your manifestation power, for your access to elevated consciousness. The process of forgiveness begins with understanding that hurt people hurt people. Everyone who has ever wronged you was operating from their own pain, their own limitation, their own unconscious programming. This doesn't excuse their behavior, but it provides context. They weren't responding to who you really are. They were responding from their own wounded consciousness. When you understand this, when you see that their actions were about them rather than about you, the personal sting begins to dissolve. Christ taught, "Love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you." This isn't about becoming a doormat. It's about refusing to let someone else's unconsciousness lower your consciousness. When you can look at someone who wronged you and genuinely wish them healing, not because they deserve it, but because healed people don't hurt people, you've reached a profound level of forgiveness. You're recognizing that their capacity to harm came from their own lack of wholeness, and you're choosing not to perpetuate that harm by carrying it forward. There's a Hawaiian practice called Ho'oponopono that offers a powerful forgiveness framework. It uses 4 simple phrases. "I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you." You say these to yourself while thinking about the person or situation. This isn't about taking blame for what someone else did. It's about taking responsibility for your energetic response to what happened. "I'm sorry for holding this resentment that's been harming. Please forgive me for staying stuck in victim consciousness. Thank you for the lesson this experience taught me. I love you, the divine essence in you and in me that transcends this temporary human drama." As you speak these phrases, something shifts. The grip of the resentment loosens. The emotional charge begins to dissipate. The energetic cord starts to dissolve. You might need to repeat this process multiple times for deep wounds. That's okay. Forgiveness isn't always instant, especially for significant hurts. But every time you engage in the process, you reclaim a bit more of your power. You raise your frequency a bit more. You clear space for new manifestations to enter. The energy you've been investing in resentment is substantial. Think about how much mental time you spend replaying grievances, imagining confrontations, justifying your anger, telling others about how you were wrong. Now imagine redirecting all that energy toward your desires, your dreams, your highest vision for your life. This is what forgiveness makes possible. It's not just about feeling better emotionally, though that's certainly a benefit. It's about liberating massive amounts of creative energy that's currently trapped in low-frequency patterns. Forgiveness also extends to yourself. In fact, self-forgiveness might be even more important than forgiving others. The guilt and shame you carry about your own past mistakes creates just as much energetic drag as resentment toward others. Every time you beat yourself up about something you did or didn't do, every time you tell yourself you're not good enough because of past failures, every time you punish yourself with negative self-talk, you lower your frequency and block your manifestations. Christ encountered a woman caught in adultery who was about to be stoned according to religious law. His response was, "Let him who is without sin cast the first stone." The accusers all left. Then he said to the woman, "Neither do I condemn you. Go and sin no more." He wasn't minimizing her actions. He was releasing her from the energetic prison of guilt and shame. He was showing her that her past doesn't define her future. He was giving her permission to forgive herself and choose differently going forward. This is the gift you must give yourself. Your past mistakes were made by a previous version of you, operating from limited consciousness. You've grown since then. You've learned. You've evolved. That person who made those choices literally doesn't exist anymore because every cell in your body has been replaced. Every neural pathway has been modified by subsequent experiences. You're not who you were. Continuing to punish yourself for past actions is like sending a bill to someone who moved away years ago. The person you're trying to punish is gone. You're only harming your current self. Self-forgiveness follows the same process as forgiving others. You acknowledge what happened without justifying or minimizing it. You recognize that you were doing the best you could with the consciousness you had at that time. You accept responsibility for the consequences without drowning in shame. You extract the lesson the experience taught you. You commit to making different choices going forward. And then you release the energetic charge, the guilt, the self-condemnation that's been blocking your power. The universe doesn't punish you for past mistakes. You punish yourself through the frequency you broadcast when you hold on to guilt. The quantum field is completely neutral. It doesn't care what you did yesterday or 10 years ago. It only responds to the frequency you're broadcasting right now. When you're broadcasting shame and unworthiness, you get experiences that match shame and unworthiness. When you're broadcasting self-forgiveness and self-acceptance, you get experiences that match that higher frequency. There's a profound connection between forgiveness and abundance. Many people unconsciously believe they don't deserve abundance because of past mistakes. This unworthiness is often subtle, hidden beneath surface desires for success. But the subconscious knows, and the subconscious creates your reality. If you subconsciously believe you deserve punishment rather than abundance, you'll sabotage every opportunity for success. You'll find ways to lose money, to undermine relationships, to block your own progress, not because you're broken or cursed, but because you're manifesting from the frequency of unforgiveness toward yourself. When Christ forgave people's sins before healing them, he was addressing this connection. The sins weren't moral failures requiring divine pardon. They were energetic blocks created by guilt and shame. Once those blocks were cleared through forgiveness, healing happened naturally because the person's energy could flow freely again. Their consciousness was no longer divided between present desires and past shame. They could fully embody the frequency of wholeness. Forgiveness also operates on a quantum level through the principle of entanglement. At the subatomic level, particles that have interacted remain connected regardless of distance. When you interact with someone, your energy fields become entangled. If that interaction was negative and remains unresolved, the entanglement continues, creating an ongoing energetic drain. Forgiveness collapses that entanglement. It severs the cord. It returns both parties to energetic sovereignty where neither is draining the other. This is why some people report dramatic life changes after forgiving someone they've held resentment toward for years. Suddenly opportunities appear. Money flows more easily. Health improves. Relationships get better. It's not magic. It's the natural result of liberating energy that was previously trapped in maintaining the resentment. That freed energy now becomes available for manifestation. The person's frequency rises because they're no longer carrying the low-frequency burden of unforgiveness. The practice of forgiveness doesn't have to be complicated. You can do it right now as you listen to these words. Think of someone you're holding resentment toward. Notice where you feel that resentment in your body. Is it tension in your chest, tightness in your stomach, a heaviness in your heart? That physical sensation is trapped energy. Now take a deep breath and imagine that trapped energy beginning to dissolve. With each exhale, imagine releasing a bit more of the resentment. You don't have to force it. Just allow it to begin softening. As you breathe and release, you might say silently or aloud, "I forgive you. I release you. I free myself from this burden." You might not feel complete forgiveness immediately, and that's okay. You've initiated the process. You've set the intention. The energetic shift has begun. You can return to this practice daily, breathing and releasing a bit more each time, until one day you think about that person or situation and feel nothing. No charge, no anger, no hurt, just neutral observation That's when you know forgiveness is complete. The same process works for self-forgiveness. Think of something you're still beating yourself up about. Feel where that guilt lives in your body. Breathe into that space. With each exhale, release a bit of the shame. Tell yourself, I forgive you. You were doing the best you could. You've learned from this you're not that person anymore. I release you from this judgment. Feel the softening. Feel the liberation. Feel your energy returning to you. Forgiveness isn't weakness. It's the ultimate power move. It's you declaring that you will not be held hostage by past events. It's you choosing your present frequency over past circumstances. It's you recognizing that your creative power is too valuable to waste on resentment. It's you understanding that every moment you spend in unforgiveness is a moment you're not available for manifestation. It's you finally putting yourself first, not in a selfish way, but in a self-honoring way. Christ said, if you are offering your gift at the altar, and there remember that your brother has something against you, leave your gift there before the altar, and go. First, be reconciled to your brother, and then come and offer your gift. Your gift is your creative power, your manifestation ability, your elevated consciousness. The altar is the quantum field where you place your desire. But if there's unreconciled resentment, if there's unforgiveness blocking your energy, your gift cannot be received. First, clear the blocks through forgiveness. Then your manifestations can flow freely. This doesn't mean you need to have awkward conversations with everyone you've ever had conflict with. Forgiveness happens in your consciousness. It's an internal shift that might or might not involve external action. Sometimes forgiveness means having an honest conversation. Sometimes it means setting boundaries with someone toxic. Sometimes it means simply releasing the internal charge without ever speaking to the person again. You'll know what's right for your situation. Trust your inner guidance. What's non-negotiable is the internal release. You cannot carry resentment and manifest at your highest potential simultaneously. You cannot vibrate at the frequency of anger and attract abundance. You cannot hold on to victim consciousness and operate as creator. The resentment must be released. The forgiveness must happen, not because it's the spiritual thing to do, but because it's the practical thing to do if you want to access your full creative power. As you release old resentments and forgive past hurts, you'll notice changes beyond just feeling lighter emotionally. Your body will feel different. Chronic tension might release. Sleep might improve. Digestion might get better. These are signs that stress chemistry is decreasing as forgiveness chemistry increases. Your relationships will shift. People who matched your old resentful frequency might naturally fall away. New people who match your elevated frequency will appear. Your manifestations will accelerate because the energetic blocks are dissolving. Forgiveness is an ongoing practice, not a one-time event. As you move through life, new opportunities for resentment will arise. Someone will cut you off in traffic. A coworker will take credit for your idea. A friend will let you down. In each moment, you have a choice. Hold on to the hurt or release it immediately. The faster you forgive, the less energy gets trapped. The higher your frequency remains, the more powerful your manifestations become. Think of forgiveness as energetic hygiene. Just as you shower daily to clean your body, you practice forgiveness daily to clean your energy field. You don't wait until you're covered in dirt to shower. You maintain cleanliness through regular practice. Same with forgiveness. Don't wait until you're carrying years of resentment to start releasing it. Release hurts as they happen. Keep your energy field clear. Maintain your high frequency. Protect your manifestation power. The ultimate teaching on forgiveness comes from understanding that at the deepest level, there's nothing to forgive. Everyone is consciousness having a human experience. Everyone is doing the best they can from their level of awareness. The hurts that happen are part of the growth process. Opportunities to choose love over fear, forgiveness over resentment, creator consciousness over victim consciousness. When you see life this way, forgiveness becomes natural because you recognize that everything is serving your evolution, even the painful parts. You are not the story of what was done to you. You are not the sum of your past hurts. You are consciousness itself, temporarily experiencing limitation so you can remember your unlimited nature. Every person who ever wronged you was a teacher, showing you an opportunity to reclaim your power through forgiveness. Every mistake you ever made was a lesson guiding you toward wisdom. Nothing was wasted, nothing was wrong, everything was perfect for your growth. From this perspective, there's only gratitude, even for the hard lesson. Forgiveness is the key that unlocks the prison of the past and opens the door to your manifested future. It's the bridge from who you were to who you're becoming. It's the release valve that lets trapped energy flow toward your desires instead of staying stuck in old stories. It's the frequency shift that changes everything. You don't need to be perfect at it. You just need to be willing to release, willing to let go, willing to choose freedom over bondage. And as you do, you'll feel your power returning, your frequency rising, your manifestations accelerating. This is forgiveness not as moral duty, but as manifestation technology. This is liberation in its purest form. Chapter 6. Love your neighbors yourself. The law of the quantum mirror. What if every person in your life is a mirror reflecting aspects of your own consciousness back to you? What if the people who annoy you most are showing you parts of yourself you haven't accepted? What if the ones you admire are revealing qualities you already possess but haven't claimed? This isn't just poetic metaphor. This is the actual mechanism by which the universe shows you what's happening in your consciousness. When Christ said, "Love your neighbor as yourself," he wasn't giving you a moral commandment to be nice. He was revealing a fundamental law of quantum reality. Your external world is a perfect mirror of your internal state, and the people in your life are reflecting your consciousness back to you with absolute precision. The quantum field operates through the principle of resonance. Like frequencies attract, your consciousness broadcasts a signal, and the universe matches that signal by bringing you people, circumstances, and experiences that resonate with your frequency. This isn't random. This isn't chance. This is law. When you understand this, you realize that everyone in your life is there because they match some aspect of your vibrational frequency. The person who irritates you is matching a frequency you're broadcasting. The person who inspires you is matching a different frequency you're broadcasting. They're not separate from you. They're extensions of your own consciousness, manifested into form so you can see yourself more clearly. This is why Christ connected loving your neighbor with loving yourself. They're not two separate actions. Your neighbor is yourself, reflected through another form. When you judge them, you're judging yourself. When you criticize them, you're criticizing yourself. When you withhold love from them, you're withholding love from yourself. And conversely, when you extend compassion to them, you're extending compassion to yourself. When you see their divine nature, you're recognizing your own divine nature. The separation is an illusion. At the quantum level, at the level of consciousness, you're all connected, all part of the same unified field expressing itself through infinite form. Think about how a mirror works. It doesn't create the image you see. It reflects what's standing in front of it. If you don't like what you see in the mirror, you don't try to change the mirror. You change what's standing in front of it. Your relationships work exactly the same way. If you don't like what you're experiencing with other people, the solution isn't to try to change them. The solution is to change the consciousness you're bringing to those relationships. Change your frequency, and the mirror must reflect something different. This is the law. Most people spend their entire lives trying to manipulate the mirror. They try to control how others behave, to make people treat them better, to convince others to see them differently. This is exhausting and largely ineffective because you can't control someone else's behavior. But you can absolutely control your own consciousness. And when you shift your consciousness, when you change what you're broadcasting, the people in your life either shift to match your new frequency or naturally fall away, replaced by people who do match your elevated state. The challenging people in your life are your greatest teachers. They're showing you exactly where you're stuck, where you're holding limiting beliefs, where you're operating from fear instead of love. That coworker who constantly criticizes you, they're reflecting your own inner critic, the voice that tells you you're not good enough. That family member who tries to control you, they're mirroring your own attempts to control circumstances rather than trust the flow of life. That friend who's always competing with you, they're showing you where you're competing with yourself, where you haven't accepted your own worth. This doesn't mean their behavior is your fault. It means their presence in your life and your emotional reaction to their behavior is information about your consciousness. If someone's criticism bothers you deeply, it's because part of you believes the criticism is valid. If someone's control triggers intense anger, it's because part of you feels powerless. If someone's success makes you jealous, it's because part of you doesn't believe you can have similar success. The external situation is neutral. Your reaction reveals your internal programming. Christ demonstrated this mirror principle perfectly in his interactions. He met people where they were and reflected back to them what they needed to see. To the self-righteous religious leaders, he reflected their hypocrisy. To the marginalized and despised, he reflected their inherent worth. To the sick, he reflected their wholeness. To the sinners, he reflected their forgiveness. He wasn't creating these qualities in them. He was holding up a mirror that showed them what was already true, but hidden by their own limited self-perception. When he said, "Why do you see the speck in your neighbor's eye but do not notice the log in your own eye?" He was teaching the mirror principle. What bothers you about others is almost always something you're dealing with yourself, often unconsciously. The qualities you judge most harshly in others are frequently the qualities you judge most harshly in yourself, and the qualities you can't tolerate in others are usually the qualities you haven't integrated or accepted in yourself. This is projection, and everyone does it constantly until they become aware of the mechanism. The beautiful part of understanding this is that it gives you complete power. You're no longer a victim of other people's behavior. You're a conscious creator using relationships as feedback mechanisms to understand and elevate your own consciousness. When someone triggers you, instead of blaming them, you can ask, "What is this showing me about my own consciousness? What belief am I holding that makes this person's behavior so disturbing? What part of myself am I not accepting?" This inquiry transforms relationships from battlegrounds into classrooms. Every interaction becomes an opportunity to see yourself more clearly, to identify limiting beliefs, to choose higher responses. The person who cuts you off in traffic isn't an enemy. They're a mirror showing you your own impatience or your belief that people are inconsiderate. The friend who cancels plans isn't rejecting you. They're reflecting your own fears of rejection that exist independent of their actions. Once you see this, once you really get that it's all about your consciousness, relationships become infinitely less stressful and infinitely more useful for growth. The principle of resonance. also explains why you attract certain types of people repeatedly. If you keep attracting unavailable partners, you're broadcasting a frequency related to unavailability, perhaps fear of real intimacy or belief that you don't deserve full commitment. If you keep attracting controlling people, you're broadcasting a frequency related to powerlessness or fear of responsibility. If you keep attracting critical people, you're broadcasting a frequency of self-judgment and unworthiness. The people aren't the problem. The frequency you're broadcasting is attracting them. This is empowering because you can change your frequency. You can't change all the unavailable people in the world, but you can heal your fear of intimacy. You can't make controlling people stop being controlling, but you can claim your own power. You can't silence all critics, but you can release self-judgment. And when you make these internal shifts, when you change your frequency, you stop attracting those types of people. Or if they're already in your life, they either transform in response to your new frequency or naturally drift away. Loving your neighbor as yourself means recognizing that any lack of love you're experiencing from others is actually a lack of love you're experiencing from yourself. The universe can only bring you people who love you as much as you love yourself. This is why working on self-love is the most powerful thing you can do for your relationships. As you increase love for yourself, as you accept yourself more fully, as you treat yourself with more kindness and respect, the people who enter your life must match that frequency. They'll naturally love and accept and respect you more, because that's the signal you're broadcasting. This doesn't happen through affirmations alone. You can't just say, "I love myself," while treating yourself poorly and expect different relationship results. Self-love is demonstrated through action. It's getting adequate sleep because you value your well-being. It's setting boundaries because you respect your needs. It's speaking kindly to yourself because you recognize your inherent worth. It's making choices that honor your highest good when you actually live from self-love, not just think about it. Your entire relational field transforms because you're broadcasting a completely different frequency. The mirror also shows you your own magnificence through the people you admire. That person whose confidence you admire, you wouldn't recognize confidence if you didn't have it within yourself. That person whose creativity inspires you, you wouldn't resonate with creativity if it wasn't already part of your own consciousness. That person whose kindness touches you, you wouldn't value kindness if you didn't possess it yourself. Every quality you see and appreciate in others exists within you. The mirror is showing you your own potential, your own gifts, your own divine nature expressed through different forms. This is why comparison is so destructive. When you see someone else's success and feel diminished, you're misunderstanding the mirror. Their success isn't showing you what you lack. It's showing you what's possible for you. It's revealing potential that exists within your own consciousness. The quantum field brought them into your awareness specifically so you could see this possibility reflected. Instead of feeling jealous or inadequate, you can feel inspired and encouraged because you're seeing evidence of what you can create when you align with that frequency. Christ taught, "Do to others as you would have them do to you." This golden rule isn't just about being nice. It's about understanding that how you treat others is actually how you're treating yourself, because at the consciousness level, there's no separation. When you're cruel to someone, you lower your own frequency. When you're kind to someone, you raise your own frequency. When you judge someone, you reinforce judgment in your own consciousness. When you extend compassion, you strengthen compassion in yourself. Every interaction is simultaneously affecting the other person and yourself, because you're both part of the same unified consciousness field. This understanding transforms conflict. When someone does something that hurts you, instead of attacking back, you can recognize that hurt people hurt people. Their harmful behavior is coming from their pain, not from your unworthiness. When you respond with compassion instead of retaliation, you break the cycle. You refuse to lower your frequency to match theirs. You maintain your elevated state, and often your elevated frequency helps lift theirs. This is what Christ meant by turning the other cheek. Not being a passive victim, but maintaining your high frequency, regardless of others' low-frequency action. The quantum mirror also operates in groups and collective consciousness. You might notice that certain groups of people bring out different aspects of your personality. With one group, you're confident and outgoing. With another, you're quiet and reserved. This isn't multiple personality disorder. This is you responding to the collective frequency of the group. Each group broadcasts a different frequency, and you resonate with different aspects of your own consciousness, depending on the group's frequency. This is why choosing your associations carefully is so important. You become like the 5 people you spend the most time with because you're constantly resonating with their frequency. If you want to elevate your consciousness, spend time with people operating at elevated consciousness. Their frequency will help entrain yours to higher level. This is why being around certain people makes you feel energized and inspired, while being around others leaves you drained and discouraged. It's frequency exchange. You're either being lifted by frequencies higher than yours, or pulled down by frequencies lower than yours. Neither is good or bad, but you should be aware of the effect and choose consciously. The mirror principle also explains why forgiveness is so powerful. When you forgive someone, you're not just releasing them. You're releasing yourself from the low frequency of resentment. The person you're forgiving might be completely unaware of your forgiveness. They might not care at all, but your consciousness changes. Your frequency shifts, and as your frequency shifts, the universe must bring you different reflections, different people, different experiences that match your new elevated state. This is why people who do deep forgiveness work often report that their relationships transform even without direct communication with the people they forgave. Loving your neighbor as yourself also means celebrating their success as your own. When someone in your life experiences abundance, instead of feeling jealous, you can feel joy because their abundance proves abundance is available. They're reflecting a possibility that exists for you too. When someone experiences healing, instead of wondering why you're still sick, you can feel encouraged because healing is possible. When someone finds love, instead of feeling lonely, you can feel hopeful because love is available. Every positive reflection in your quantum mirror is evidence that these experiences exist in the field of possibility, ready for you to tune into. The people who challenge you most are often your greatest catalysts for growth. That difficult family member who pushes all your buttons. They're showing you exactly what needs to heal in your consciousness. That toxic ex who broke your heart. They revealed beliefs about unworthiness or abandonment that needed to surface so you could heal them. That friend who betrayed you. They illuminated where you weren't being true to yourself. These aren't punishments. These are opportunities. The universe is using these mirrors to show you precisely where you need to do inner work. As you begin to see everyone as a reflection of your own consciousness, judgment naturally dissolves. You can't judge the mirror for showing you what you're projecting. You can only work on what you're projecting. This creates natural compassion because you recognize that everyone is dealing with their own consciousness, their own programming, their own healing journey. Their behavior toward you isn't really about you. It's about them, just as your behavior toward them is really about you, not them. This understanding creates space for genuine love because you're no longer taking things personally. The practice is simple. Every time someone triggers a strong emotional reaction, pause. Instead of reacting automatically, ask yourself, what is this person showing me about my own consciousness? The answer might not come immediately, but the question itself creates awareness. Over time, you'll start seeing patterns. You'll recognize the beliefs creating the reactions. You'll understand what you're broadcasting. And with that understanding comes the power to change your frequency and therefore change what the mirror reflects back to you. Christ's teaching to love your neighbor as yourself is one of the most practical manifestation instructions ever given. As you elevate your consciousness, as you heal limiting beliefs, as you increase self-love and self-acceptance, as you raise your frequency, the people in your life must shift to match. Some will elevate with you, some will fall away. New people will enter who match your higher frequency. Your relationships will become less conflicted, more harmonious, more supportive, not because you changed them, but because you changed the frequency you're broadcasting, and the mirror must reflect your new state. This is also why you can't manifest healthy relationships from unhealthy consciousness. You can't attract someone who loves you unconditionally if you don't love yourself. You can't attract someone who treats you with respect if you don't respect yourself. You can't attract someone who's available and committed if you're not available and committed to yourself. The external relationship can only reflect the internal relationship you have with yourself. This is the law of the quantum mirror. Change the internal, and the external must follow. The most profound realization from understanding this principle is that you're never actually experiencing other people. You're experiencing your own consciousness reflected through other people. When you think someone is angry at you, you're experiencing your projection of anger. When you think someone loves you, you're experiencing your capacity for love. When you think someone is judging you, you're experiencing your own self-judgment. The other person is there. They're real. But what you experience about them is filtered entirely through your own consciousness. Two people can interact with the same individual and have completely different experiences because they're bringing different consciousness to the interaction. This means you have complete control over the quality of your relationships, not control over others, which is impossible and violates their free will, but control over your own consciousness, which determines what you experience in every interaction. As you clean up your consciousness, as you heal wounds, as you release judgment, as you cultivate love, every relationship improves. Not because other people change, though they might, but because you're bringing elevated consciousness to the relationship and therefore experiencing it differently. Your neighbor is your mirror. Your enemy is your mirror. Your friend is your mirror. Your partner is your mirror. Your children are your mirror. Your boss is your mirror. Every single person you encounter is consciousness wearing a different costume, reflecting aspects of your own consciousness back to you. Some reflections are pleasant, some are uncomfortable, all are useful, all are teaching you about yourself, all are inviting you to grow, to heal, to expand, to elevate your consciousness to higher frequencies where the reflections become more beautiful, more harmonious, more aligned with love. Love your neighbor as yourself, not because it's the moral thing to do, though it might be. Love your neighbor as yourself because your neighbor is yourself, reflected through form. What you do to them, you do to yourself. What you see in them exists in you. What you judge in them, you judge in yourself. What you love in them, you love in yourself. This is the law of the quantum mirror. This is how consciousness works. This is why every relationship is ultimately a relationship with yourself. And as you perfect your relationship with yourself through self-love, self-acceptance, self-forgiveness, and self-respect, every other relationship in your life must reflect that perfection back to you. This is the promise. This is the law. This is the mirror showing you your own magnificence, waiting for you to see it, claim it, and become it fully. Chapter 7. Judge. Not remaining in the state of allowing. What if every judgment you make is actually blocking your manifestations? What if the mental energy you spend criticizing, evaluating, and labeling everything and everyone around you is the very resistance preventing your desires from flowing into your life? What if judgment isn't just morally questionable, but energetically expensive, creating friction in the quantum field that slows down or completely stops your creative power? When Christ said, "Judge not, that you be not judged," he wasn't establishing a religious rule about being nice. He was revealing a fundamental law of manifestation. Judgment creates resistance, and resistance blocks flow. To manifest at your highest potential, you must learn to remain in the state of allowing, where life moves through you freely, rather than being constantly evaluated and resisted by your mind. Judgment is the mind's way of creating separation. Every time you judge something as good or bad, right or wrong, acceptable or unacceptable, you're creating division in your consciousness. You're splitting the unified field of possibility into categories and then resisting everything that falls into the bad or wrong category. This resistance is an energetic force. It's you pushing against what is, and whatever you push against pushes back with equal force. This is Newton's third law of motion, applied to consciousness. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. When you resist reality through judgment, reality resists your desires through blocked manifestation. Think about how much mental energy you use judging things throughout the day. You judge the weather, the traffic, other people's choices, your own choices, political events, social media posts, your body, your bank account, your progress, your setbacks. Each judgment is a tiny expenditure of energy, and together they add up to massive energetic drain. This is energy that could be directed toward manifesting your desires, but instead it's being wasted on evaluating and resisting what already is. You can't change what already is by judging it. You can only exhaust yourself. The quantum field operates through the principle of least resistance. Energy follows the path of least resistance, which is why water flows downhill and electricity takes the shortest route. Your manifestations work the same way. They flow most easily when there's no resistance in your consciousness. But every judgment creates resistance. Every criticism creates a block. Every evaluation creates friction. You're essentially building dams in the river of manifestation, and then wondering why abundance isn't flowing to you. The manifestations aren't blocked by external circumstances. They're blocked by your own judgmental consciousness. Christ demonstrated non-judgment consistently throughout his ministry. When the woman caught in adultery was brought before him, everyone expected judgment and punishment. Instead, he said, "Let him who is without sin cast the first stone," and then told the woman, "Neither do I condemn you." He didn't condone adultery. He simply refused to judge her. He remained in the state of allowing. He saw her as consciousness capable of transformation, rather than as a sinner deserving punishment. This non-judgmental stance kept his energy free, his frequency high, his creative power unblocked. There's a crucial difference between discernment and judgment that most people miss. Discernment is wise evaluation without emotional charge. It's observing that a situation doesn't serve you and making a different choice. Judgment is evaluation with emotional resistance. It's not just observing that something doesn't serve you, but also condemning it, feeling angry about it, wanting it to be different, making it mean something about you or others. Discernment is neutral. Judgment is charged. Discernment empowers. Judgment drains. You can discern that a relationship is unhealthy without judging the other person as bad. You can discern that a job doesn't align with your values without judging your employer as evil. You can discern that a behavior doesn't serve you without judging yourself as a failure. Discernment allows you to make empowering choices from clarity. Judgment keeps you stuck in resistance and negativity. One opens doors, the other closes them. One raises your frequency, the other lowers it. One accelerates manifestation, the other blocks it. Most judgment comes from fear. When you judge someone for being different, you're afraid that difference threatens your worldview. When you judge someone for success, you're afraid you can't achieve similar success. When you judge someone for failure, you're afraid of your own potential failure. When you judge someone's choices, you're afraid of your own choice-making ability. The judgment isn't really about them. It's about your own fear projected outward. And fear is the lowest frequency from which you can operate. Fear-based consciousness cannot manifest high-frequency desires. It's an impossible frequency match. The practice of non-judgment begins with awareness. Start noticing how often you judge. Notice when you mentally criticize someone's appearance. Notice when you internally condemn someone's political views. Notice when you evaluate your own choices as stupid or wrong. Notice when you label circumstances as bad or unfair. Don't judge yourself for judging. That's just more judgment, creating more resistance. Simply notice. Awareness is the first step to transformation. You can't change a pattern you don't see. As you become aware of your judgments, you can begin asking a different question. Instead of, is this good or bad? Ask, is this serving my highest manifestation? Instead of, is this right or wrong? Ask, is this aligned with where I want to go? Instead of, is this person worthy or unworthy? Ask, does this interaction raise or lower my frequency? These questions shift you from judgment to discernment, from resistance to allowing, from blocked energy to flowing energy. Non-judgment doesn't mean you accept everything or tolerate behavior that harms you. It means you respond from clarity rather than reactivity. If someone treats you poorly, you don't need to judge them as a bad person. You can simply discern that this relationship doesn't serve you and make a different choice. You can set a boundary without making them wrong. You can leave without condemning them. You maintain your power and your frequency when you act from discernment rather than judgment. Christ said, "Why do you see the speck in your neighbor's eye but do not notice the log in your own eye?" He was teaching that judgment of others always reveals something about your own consciousness. What you judge in others, you're actually judging in yourself. The lazy person you criticize is reflecting your own fears about laziness. The arrogant person you condemn is reflecting your own struggles with ego. The victim you judge for not changing is reflecting your own resistance to change. The external judgment is always pointing to an internal wound that needs healing. When you catch yourself judging someone harshly, pause and ask, what does this judgment reveal about my own consciousness? What am I afraid of? What am I not accepting in myself? This inquiry transforms judgment from an automatic reaction into a tool for self-discovery. The person who triggered the judgment becomes your teacher, showing you exactly where you need to do inner work. This shifts your entire relationship with judgment. It's no longer something to resist or feel guilty about. It's information about your consciousness. The state of allowing is the natural state of the universe. Nature doesn't judge. The tree doesn't judge the storm. The river doesn't judge the rocks. The sun doesn't judge the clouds. Nature simply allows what is while continuing to express its essential nature. The tree bends with the storm and returns to vertical when it passes. The river flows around the rocks. The sun shines whether clouds are present or not. This is allowing. This is acceptance of what is while maintaining your essential vibration. This is how you manifest powerfully. Allowing doesn't mean you're passive or resigned. It means you're not wasting energy resisting what you can't control. You can't control the economy, but you can control your consciousness about money. You can't control other people's behavior, but you can control your response to their behavior. You can't control circumstances, but you can control what those circumstances mean to you. Allowing is focusing your energy on what you can actually influence, which is always your conscious, never external reality. When you judge circumstances as bad, you're telling the universe, more of this is unacceptable to me. And the universe, which doesn't understand English but does understand frequency, responds to your resistance by giving you more to resist. Your judgment of the circumstance as bad is actually the frequency that perpetuates the circumstance. This is why people who constantly complain about being broke stay broke. They're not manifesting abundance. They're manifesting more situations to judge as insufficient. The judgment itself is the block. The quantum field contains infinite possibilities, and every possibility is neutral until consciousness assigns meaning to it. Rain isn't good or bad. It's just rain. But you judge it as bad if you had outdoor plans and good if your garden needs water. The rain didn't change. Your interpretation changed based on your agenda. When you can see that all circumstances are neutral, that they become good or bad only through your interpretation, you can consciously choose interpretations that serve you rather than automatically judging based on conditioning. This conscious interpretation is the ultimate power. You can choose to see every circumstance as serving your highest good, even when you don't understand how. You can choose to interpret challenges as opportunities for growth, rather than as evidence of victimhood. You can choose to see closed doors as redirections towards something better, rather than as rejection. These aren't lies you tell yourself. They're conscious choices about which frequency to broadcast, and your manifestations will always match your chosen frequency. Christ's statement, "Judge not, that you be not judged," reveals the mirror principle again. When you judge others, you create a consciousness of judgment, and that consciousness judges you. You become hyper-aware of being judged because that's the frequency you're broadcasting. When you release judgment of others, you release the fear of being judged. You recognize that other people's opinions about you are just their consciousness, their projection, their interpretations, none of which have anything to do with your actual worth or your manifestation power. The freedom of non-judgment is extraordinary. When you stop judging yourself, you stop being paralyzed by perfectionism. You can take action without fear of making wrong choices because you're not labeling choices as right or wrong anymore. You're simply experimenting, learning, adjusting. When you stop judging others, you stop being drained by gossip, criticism, and negativity. Your relationships become lighter because you're no longer burdened with evaluating everyone's choices. When you stop judging circumstances, you stop being jerked around by external events because nothing has the power to lower your frequency anymore. This doesn't happen overnight. Judgment is a deeply ingrained pattern for most people, reinforced by culture, media, education, and family conditioning. You've been trained to judge. You've been rewarded for having strong opinions. You've been taught that evaluating and categorizing is intelligence. Unlearning this pattern takes consistent practice. But every time you catch a judgment and choose to release it, you're freeing up energy for manifestation. You're raising your frequency. You're reducing resistance in your consciousness. The practice is moment to moment. Someone cuts you off in traffic. Instead of judging them as a terrible driver and feeling angry, you can simply notice that happened and return your attention to your own journey. A friend makes a choice you wouldn't make. Instead of judging their choice and feeling superior or worried, you can simply allow them their path and focus on your own. You make a mistake at work. Instead of judging yourself as incompetent and spiraling into shame, you can simply learn from the mistake and move forward. Each of these is an opportunity to practice allowing instead of judging. As you practice, you'll notice your energy increasing. You'll feel lighter, freer, less burdened by the weight of constant evaluation. Your mind will quiet down because it's not running continuous judgment program. This mental quietness is the space where intuition speaks, where inspiration flows, where creative ideas emerge. Judgment is mental noise that drowns out guidance. Allowing is mental clarity that receives wisdom. Which state do you think manifests more powerfully? The people in your life will respond to your shift from judgment to allowing. Those who are invested in drama and negativity might feel uncomfortable around your new non-reactive presence and drift away. That's okay. They're matching a frequency you're no longer broadcasting. New people who operate from allowing rather than judgment will naturally appear because they match your elevated frequency. Your relationships will become more peaceful, more authentic, more supportive, because you're no longer bringing the energy of judgment to them. Christ taught, do not judge by appearances, but judge with right judgment. Right judgment is discernment. It's seeing beyond surface circumstances to the deeper truth. It's recognizing that temporary appearances don't define ultimate reality. It's understanding that what seems like a setback might be a setup for something better. It's knowing that consciousness creates reality, so current appearances are simply reflecting past consciousness and can change as consciousness changes. This is seeing with spiritual eyes rather than physical eyes. The ultimate realization about judgment is that it's always about control. You judge because you want reality to conform to your preferences. You want people to behave how you think they should behave. You want circumstances to unfold how you think they should unfold. You want yourself to be different than you are. This desire for control creates constant tension because you can't control reality through judgment. You can only experience resistance. The irony is that when you release judgment, when you stop trying to control through criticism and evaluation, you actually gain influence through the power of allowing. Allowing creates space for the universe to work on your behalf. When you're constantly judging and resisting, you're micromanaging reality and blocking the infinite intelligence from delivering manifestations in ways you couldn't imagine. When you allow, when you release the need to control how things unfold, the universe can surprise you with solutions better than anything you could have planned. This is the difference between forcing and flowing. Judgment forces, allowing flows. Forcing exhausts you and produces limited results. Flowing energizes you and produces miraculous results. Think about a time when something you judged as terrible turned out to be a blessing. The job loss that led to a better career. The relationship ending that made space for true love. The health crisis that prompted lifestyle changes that saved your life. At the time, you judged these events as catastrophically bad. In hindsight, you see they were redirections towards something better. What if you could skip the judgment phase and trust immediately that everything is working for your highest good? What if you could allow life to unfold without constant evaluation and resistance? This trust, this allowing, is the highest form of faith. It's not blind faith that ignores reality. It's informed faith that understands the quantum field is always working to match your frequency, that the universe is always conspiring for your highest good, that temporary appearances don't define ultimate outcome. This faith doesn't judge current circumstances as evidence of what's possible. It maintains focus on desired frequency, regardless of circumstances, knowing that as frequency shifts, circumstances must follow. The practice of non-judgment is perhaps the most challenging spiritual practice, because judgment feels so justified. That person really is wrong. That circumstance really is bad. That choice really was stupid. But justified or not, judgment is still lowering your frequency and blocking your manifestations. The question isn't whether your judgment is accurate. The question is whether your judgment is serving your highest good. And the answer is always no. Judgment never serves. It only drains you. As you release judgment, you'll discover something remarkable. You'll start seeing divine perfection in everything. Not because everything is wonderful by human standards, but because you'll recognize that everything is consciousness in motion. Everyone is doing their best from their level of awareness, and every circumstance is an opportunity for growth or redirection. This seeing is Christ conscious. It's the perspective that looks at the crucifixion and sees resurrection. It's the vision that sees the seed of opportunity in every challenge. It's the wisdom that trusts the process, even when the current moment seems dark. Judge not, that you be not judged. Release resistance, that your manifestations be not blocked. Allow what is, that what can be, may flow freely into your experience. This is the practice. This is the path. This is the gateway to effortless manifestation, where life becomes a dance instead of a battle, where circumstances flow instead of being forced, where you operate from creative power instead of reactive judgment. Every moment you choose allowing over judging, you're choosing manifestation over resistance. You're choosing high frequency over low frequency. You're choosing the kingdom of heaven over the prison of perpetual evaluation. The choice is always yours. The power has always been yours. Now you understand how to use it. Chapter 8. Do unto others. The law of universal reciprocity. What if every action you take, every word you speak, every thought you think is a boomerang that inevitably returns to you? What if the universe operates on a perfect accounting system where nothing is ever lost, where every energy you send out must come back to you, multiplied? What if the golden rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, isn't moral philosophy but actual quantum mechanics? When Christ taught this principle, he was revealing one of the most fundamental laws governing manifestation, the law of reciprocity. Everything you give out returns to you. Everything you withhold from others, you withhold from yourself. Everything you extend to the world extends back to you. This isn't karma as punishment or reward. This is simply how energy works in a unified field of consciousness. The quantum field is a unified whole. Separation is an illusion created by physical form and individual perspective. But at the fundamental level, everything is connected. You're not separate from other people. You're not separate from circumstances. You're not separate from the universe. You're a localized expression of the one consciousness that animates all existence. When you understand this, you realize that what you do to others, you're literally doing to yourself. Not metaphorically, literally. Because at the quantum level, there is no other. There's only the one consciousness expressing through infinite form. Think about how a pond works. When you throw a stone into still water, ripples radiate outward in all directions. Those ripples eventually reach the edge of the pond and bounce back toward the center. toward the point where the stone entered. The universe works exactly the same way. Every action, every word, every thought is like a stone thrown into the pond of consciousness. It creates ripples that radiate outward, affecting everything they touch, and then those ripples return to their source. You might not see the return immediately, but the law guarantees it will come. The universe doesn't forget. Energy always completes its circuit. This is why generosity is such a powerful manifestation tool. When you give freely, without attachment or expectation, you're sending out a ripple of abundance consciousness. You're declaring through action, I have more than enough. I trust that supply is infinite. I'm sourced from abundance, not lack. This frequency of abundance consciousness must return to you multiplied, because that's how ripples work. They don't return at the same size they went out. They gather momentum. They amplify. Every generous act is an investment that pays compound interest in experiences, opportunities, and resources that flow back to you. But here's the crucial distinction that most people miss. The return doesn't always come from the person you gave to. You give to one person, but the return comes from an unexpected source. You help someone here, and opportunities appear over there. This confuses people who think reciprocity means direct exchange with specific individuals. That's barter, not universal reciprocity. The universe doesn't work through individual transactions. It works through field effects. You send out a frequency, and the entire field responds by bringing you experiences that match that frequency, regardless of who or what delivers them. Christ demonstrated this principle when he said, "Give, and it will be given to you. Good measure, pressed down, shaken together, running over, will be put into your lap. For with the measure you use, it will be measured back to you." This is quantum law stated clearly. The measure you use, the frequency you broadcast, the consciousness you give from. That's what determines your return. Give from lack, and you receive lack. Give from abundance, and you receive abundance. Give from joy, and you receive joy. Give from obligation, and you receive burden. The universe matches your frequency, not your action. The same physical act of giving can create completely different returns, depending on the consciousness behind it. This is why giving to receive doesn't work. When you give specifically to get something back, you're giving from lack consciousness. You're saying, I don't have enough, so I'm giving this hoping to manipulate the universe into giving me more. That frequency of lack and manipulation is what you're broadcasting, and that's what returns to you. More lack, more need to manipulate. The giving itself is contaminated by the scarcity consciousness driving. Real generosity, the kind that creates powerful returns, comes from overflow. It comes from already feeling abundant. It comes from joy in sharing, rather than strategy for receiving. The law of reciprocity operates in negative frequencies, too. When you gossip about someone, you're sending out a ripple of judgment and negativity. That ripple must return to you as experiences of being judged and treated negatively. When you cheat someone, you're broadcasting dishonesty and violation of trust. That frequency returns to you as experiences of being cheated and mistrusted. When you harbor resentment toward someone, you're sending out toxic emotional energy. That toxicity returns to you as circumstances that create more resentment. The universe is perfectly fair. It gives you back exactly what you put out, amplified. This understanding transforms how you move through the world. Every interaction becomes an opportunity to send out frequencies you want to experience. When you're kind to a stranger, you're not just being nice. You're broadcasting kindness frequency that will return to you as experiences of receiving kindness. When you speak words of encouragement, you're seeding your field with encouragement that will grow and return to you multiplied. When you extend forgiveness, you're creating a field where you will experience forgiveness. You're literally crafting your future experience through your current actions toward others. Most people have this backwards. They wait to receive before they give. They wait to be treated kindly before extending kindness. They wait to feel abundant before acting generously. They wait to be forgiven before forgiving. But this is asking the fireplace to give you heat before you put in wood. It doesn't work that way. You must give first. You must extend first. You must be first what you want to receive. The universe responds to the frequency you're broadcasting, and you broadcast frequency through action, not through waiting. Think about the people who seem to have extraordinary luck. Opportunities find them, people help them, resources flow to them. If you examine their behavior, you'll often find they're generous, helpful, encouraging, supportive of others. They're not lucky. They're working the law of reciprocity, consciously or unconsciously. They're giving out high-frequency energy that must return to them as high-frequency experiences. Meanwhile, people who complain about having terrible luck are often stingy, critical, unsupportive, focused on what they can get rather than what they can give. They're working the same law in reverse. The law of reciprocity explains why service is such a powerful spiritual practice. When you serve others without expectation of reward, when you contribute value simply because you can, you're operating from the highest frequency. You're declaring, I'm so abundant that I can give freely. I'm so powerful that I can help without needing anything back. I'm so sourced from infinite supply that giving doesn't diminish me. This is creator consciousness. This is abundance consciousness. And the universe must match that frequency with corresponding experiences of being served, receiving contribution, experiencing abundance. Christ washed his disciples' feet, a task normally reserved for the lowest servant. He wasn't being humble in the self-deprecating sense. He was demonstrating that true power expresses through service. The greatest among you is the servant of all, he taught. This isn't about becoming subservient or devaluing yourself. It's about understanding that serving others from overflow is the highest frequency action you can take. It's about recognizing that in a unified field, serving others is serving yourself because there is no ultimate separation. But service from depletion is not the same as service from overflow. If you're giving to others while neglecting yourself, if you're serving everyone else while running yourself into exhaustion, you're not operating from high frequency. You're operating from martyrdom, which is actually a low frequency of unworthiness and people-pleasing. The law of reciprocity will return that frequency to you as experiences of being depleted and taken advantage of. Real service comes after you've filled your own cup. You serve from surplus, not deficit. You give from joy, not obligation. This is why the instruction is, love your neighbor as yourself, not love your neighbor instead of yourself. Self-love is the foundation. When you love yourself, when you treat yourself with kindness and respect, when you honor your needs and boundaries, you're establishing the frequency you'll experience with others. The universe can only bring you people who treat you as well as you treat yourself. If you want better treatment from others, start treating yourself better. The external relationships will shift to match your internal relationship with yourself. The law of reciprocity also governs your relationship with money. Money is energy. When you hoard it, when you grip it tightly from fear of not having enough, you're sending out a ripple of scarcity. That ripple returns to you as experiences that confirm scarcity. More bills, more unexpected expenses, more reasons to fear financial lack. But when you allow money to flow through you generously, when you tip well, when you donate to causes you believe in, when you invest in yourself and others, you're broadcasting abundance. That abundance frequency returns to you as increased income, unexpected windfalls, opportunities to earn more. Money flows to those who allow it to flow through them, not to those who try to trap it. There's a story about Christ feeding the 5,000 with a few loaves and fish. The miracle wasn't that food materialized from nothing. The miracle was that people started sharing. When the little boy gave his lunch, others who had brought food felt safe to share theirs. The generosity created more generosity. The giving multiplied through reciprocity until everyone was fed with abundance left over. This is how the law works. One act of generosity inspires another, which inspires another, creating an avalanche of abundance. But someone has to give first. Someone has to initiate the flow. That someone is you. You don't wait for others to be generous before you're generous. You don't wait for the world to improve before you contribute to improvement. You don't wait to receive before you give. You go first. You be the change you want to see. You embody the frequency you want to experience. And then you watch as the universe reorganizes itself around your new frequency, bringing you experiences that match what you've been extending to others. The law of reciprocity is also why criticism is so destructive to your manifestations. When you criticize others, you're sending out a frequency of fault-finding and negativity. That frequency must return to you as experiences of being criticized and finding fault in your own life. You'll notice more things going wrong. You'll attract more critical people. You'll feel more dissatisfied with yourself and your circumstances. This isn't punishment from the universe. This is you receiving back the frequency you transmitted. Want to experience less criticism? Stop criticizing others. Want to find more things going right? Stop focusing on what's wrong with everyone and everything. The practice of conscious reciprocity is simple, but requires awareness. Before every action, every word, every thought about another person, pause and ask yourself, is this the frequency I want to experience in return? If you're about to gossip, ask, do I want to be gossiped about? If you're about to withhold help, ask, do I want help withheld from me? If you're about to speak harshly, ask, do I want to be spoken to harshly? This pause creates space for conscious choice rather than automatic reaction. You become deliberate about the frequencies you're broadcasting. This doesn't mean you let people walk all over you. Boundaries are healthy and necessary, but you can set boundaries from a frequency of self-respect rather than anger. You can say no to requests without condemning the person who asked. You can protect your energy without attacking others. The boundary itself is neutral. The frequency you extend while setting it determines what returns to you. Boundaries set with respect return as respect. Boundaries set with hostility return as hostility. Christ taught, if anyone slaps you on the right cheek, turn to them the other cheek also. This has been wildly misinterpreted as passivity or allowing abuse. What Christ was actually teaching is non-reactivity. When someone attacks you, they're trying to lower your frequency by triggering an equal and opposite attack. If you react with anger, you've entered their frequency. You've matched their low vibration. And now, you're subject to the law of reciprocity at that low frequency. But if you refuse to lower your frequency, if you remain in high consciousness despite provocation, you break the cycle. You don't participate in the low-frequency exchange. And your high frequency is what returns to you. This is incredibly empowering. You're not at the mercy of other people's actions. You don't have to respond to their frequency. You can maintain your own frequency regardless of external circumstances. This is true power. This is creator consciousness. You're choosing the frequency you broadcast, independent of what others are broadcasting to you. And your choice is what determines your experience, not their choice. The law of reciprocity extends to your thoughts. Every thought is energy with a frequency. Thoughts about others return to you as your experience of yourself. When you think loving thoughts about others, you create a field of love that you experience internally. When you think judgmental thoughts about others, you create a field of judgment that makes you feel judged. Your thoughts about others are actually creating your own internal environment. This is why Christ taught to love your enemies, not for their benefit, but for yours. Love creates a high-frequency internal environment where manifestations flow easily. Gratitude is one of the highest frequency energies you can extend. When you appreciate others, when you acknowledge their value, when you express thanks for what they contribute, you're broadcasting appreciation frequency. That frequency must return to you as experiences of being appreciated, valued, and thanked. People who complain that no one appreciates them are usually people who rarely appreciate others. People who feel deeply valued are usually people who make others feel valued. The universe is a perfect mirror. It shows you what you're giving. The interesting thing about reciprocity is that it's often delayed enough that people don't make the connection. You're unkind to someone in January, and something unkind happens to you in March. You don't see the connection because of the time gap. But the connection exists. Energy doesn't disappear. It circles back. This is why it's so important to understand the law intellectually. When you know how it works, you can trace your current experiences back to past actions and see the connections. And more importantly, you can be deliberate about your current actions, knowing they're creating your future experiences. Some people wonder why bad things happen to good people if reciprocity is real. This is where understanding consciousness across lifetimes becomes important, though we won't go deep into that here. What you can understand is that you're always experiencing your own frequency, even if the original broadcast happened in the past. And sometimes what looks like a bad thing is actually a redirection towards something better, a clearing of old energy, or a lesson needed for growth. The universe is always working for your highest good, even when individual experiences seem contradictory to that truth. The law of reciprocity is one of the most practical manifestation tools available. Want more money? Give money. Want more love? Give love. Want more opportunities? Create opportunities for others. Want more kindness? Be kind. Want more support? Support others. Want more forgiveness? Forgive others. The universe is a boomerang. It returns what you throw. If you don't like what you're receiving, look at what you're giving. Not just physical actions, but the frequency behind those actions. Are you giving from abundance or lack? From joy or obligation? From love or fear? The frequency is what matters. As you become conscious of this law, as you deliberately work with it, your entire life transforms. You stop being a passive recipient of random experiences. You become an active creator, using every interaction as an opportunity to seed your field with desired frequencies. You become strategic about what you extend to others because you understand you're programming your future experience. You become generous not because you should, but because you understand it's the most intelligent action you can take for your own abundance. The golden rule is golden because it gives you complete control over your experience. You determine what you experience by determining what you give. The universe must match your giving with corresponding receiving. This is law. This is how reality works at the quantum level. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you, not because it's morally right, though it might be, but because it's energetically intelligent, because you're in a unified field where every action toward others is an action toward yourself. Because the boomerang always returns, because the ripples always come back to their source, because you are the universe experiencing itself, and what you do to any part, you do to the whole, which includes you. This is reciprocity. This is law. This is your power to create any experience you desire by first extending that experience to others. Give first, always give first, and then watch as the universe matches your giving with receiving beyond your wildest imagination. Chapter 9. Be born again, dying to the old self. What if the life you're living isn't actually your life, but a collection of programs installed by others? What if the person you think you are isn't your true self, but a constructed identity built from other people's opinions, society's expectations, past traumas, and limiting beliefs you absorbed before you had the awareness to question them? What if everything you've accomplished and everything you've failed at has been determined not by your actual potential, but by this false identity operating from outdated programming? When Christ told Nicodemus, "You must be born again," he wasn't talking about religious conversion. He was revealing the most profound transformation available to human consciousness, the death of the constructed false self and the birth of your authentic, creative nature. This isn't metaphor. This is the actual mechanism through which you access your unlimited manifestation power. The person you've been up until this moment was created through conditioning. From the time you were born, you were absorbing information about who you are, what's possible for you, what the world is like, how you should behave, what you should want, what you should fear. Your parents, your teachers, your culture, your religion, your early experiences, all of these contributed data points that your brain organized into a coherent identity. This identity became your operating system. It determined what you noticed, what you believed, what you attempted, what you avoided, how you interpreted circumstances, how you related to others. This identity has been running your life like software runs a computer. But here's the problem. Most of that programming was installed before you were 7 years old, when your brain was in theta state, highly suggestible, unable to critically evaluate information. You absorbed beliefs like, money is hard to come by, or you have to struggle to succeed, or people like us don't get those opportunities, or you're not smart enough, or you're not attractive enough, or you can't trust people, without questioning whether these beliefs were true. They became true for you because your subconscious accepted them as fact, and your subconscious has been creating experiences that confirm these facts ever since. This is what Christ meant when he said, "Unless one is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God." The kingdom, that state of unlimited creative power and manifestation, is invisible to your conditioned identity. Your programming literally prevents you from seeing possibilities that exist outside its parameters. A person programmed with poverty consciousness cannot see opportunities for wealth, even when they're obvious to others. A person programmed with unworthiness cannot recognize genuine love, even when it's being offered. The kingdom isn't hidden from you by some external force. It's hidden from you by your own conditioned identity's limitations. Being born again means dying to this false identity and awakening to your true nature. It means deconstructing the programs that have been running automatically and consciously, installing new programs aligned with who you actually are and what you actually desire. This is not comfortable. Death never is, even death of an identity that's been limiting you. Your ego, your constructed self, will resist this transformation fiercely because its entire existence is threatened. It will tell you that change is dangerous, that you should stay as you are, that trying to become someone new is foolish or impossible or arrogant. Neuroscience calls this neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout life. Every thought you think, every emotion you feel, every action you take is creating and reinforcing neural pathways. The pathways you use most become superhighways, automatic patterns that run without conscious thought. These are your habits, your default responses, your personality. But they're not permanent. They're not who you are. They're just patterns that can be changed through consistent new thinking, feeling, and action. Christ said, "Unless a grain of wheat falls into the earth and dies, it remains alone. But if it dies, it bears much fruit." The grain of wheat is your current identity. It must die, must break open, must dissolve for the new life within it to emerge. You're not becoming something you're not. You're breaking free from what you're not, so what you truly are can finally express. The authentic self, the divine consciousness, the unlimited creative power has always been there, buried beneath layers of conditioning. Being born again is the archaeological excavation of your true nature. This process begins with awareness. You must become conscious of the programs running in your subconscious. You must observe the patterns, the automatic thoughts, the habitual emotions, the repeated behaviors that have been creating your current reality. Most people go through life completely unconscious, running on autopilot, never questioning why they think what they think, or feel what they feel, or do what they do. They're not living. They're being lived by their programming. Awareness is the first step to freedom, because you can't change what you can't see. Start noticing your self-talk. What do you say to yourself about yourself? What do you say about money, about relationships, about success, about your body, about your capabilities? These statements are revealing your programming. I'm not good with money. I always screw up relationships. Success is for other people, not me. I have a slow metabolism. I'm just not creative. These aren't truths. These are programs, and every time you repeat them, you reinforce the neural pathways that create experiences matching these beliefs. Notice your emotional patterns. Do you default to anxiety, to anger, to sadness, to shame? These habitual emotions are programs running based on past experiences. Your body becomes addicted to these familiar feelings. Your brain releases the same cocktail of chemicals so consistently that your cells develop receptors expecting those chemicals. You become biologically addicted to your own emotional patterns. Breaking free requires consciously choosing different emotions, even when your body is screaming for the familiar feeling. Notice your behaviors. Do you self-sabotage when success approaches? Do you pick fights when intimacy deepens? Do you spend money impulsively when you're trying to save? Do you eat poorly when you're trying to be healthy? These behaviors aren't character flaws. They're programs running beneath conscious awareness, installed to keep you safe according to outdated logic. Maybe success was dangerous in your childhood because it made adults jealous. Maybe intimacy led to abandonment. Maybe having money meant being taken advantage of. The subconscious is still running these old protection programs, even though they're sabotaging your current desires. The death of the old self requires forgiveness of that self. You must forgive yourself for all the times you operated from limited consciousness. You must release guilt and shame about past mistakes. You must understand that the person who made those choices was doing the best they could with the programming they had. That person literally doesn't exist anymore. Every cell in your body has been replaced. Every neural pathway has been modified by subsequent experience. You're not who you were 5 years ago, or last year, or even yesterday. Punishing yourself for past actions is punishing someone who's gone. The birth of the new self requires vision. Who do you want to be? Not what you want to have or do, but who you want to be. What qualities do you want to embody? What consciousness do you want to operate from? What frequency do you want to broadcast? This vision becomes your blueprint. Your brain needs a clear target to move toward. Without vision, it defaults to past patterns because that's all it knows. But when you give it a clear, compelling vision of a new identity, it begins reorganizing neural pathways to support that identity. This is what Christ meant by repent. The Greek word metanoia doesn't mean feel guilty. It means change your mind, transform your consciousness, shift your perception. Repentance isn't about sin and guilt. It's about recognizing that your old way of thinking hasn't been serving you and choosing to think differently. It's about seeing that your conditioned identity has been creating unwanted results and deciding to adopt a new identity aligned with desired results. This is the most radical transformation available to human consciousness. The practice is consistent mental rehearsal. You imagine yourself as the person you want to become. You think their thoughts. You feel their emotions. You envision yourself taking their actions and experiencing their results. You do this daily, preferably when your brain is in alpha or theta state, when your subconscious is most receptive. You're not pretending. You're installing new programming. You're creating new neural pathways. You're teaching your brain and body what the new identity feels like, so they can recognize it, support it, and ultimately embody it. As you rehearse the new identity, your brain doesn't know the difference between actual experience and vividly imagined experience. If you imagine yourself confident, successful, loving, and abundant, with enough detail and emotion, your brain creates the same neural patterns as if you were actually experiencing these states. Do this consistently, and these patterns become established. They become your new normal, your new autopilot, your new identity. But here's where most people fail. They try to create a new identity while maintaining their current environment, relationships, and behaviors. You can't pour new wine into old wineskins, Christ taught. The new consciousness requires new containers. If everyone in your life knows you as the old you and constantly reinforces that identity, they make transformation harder. If your environment is filled with triggers for old patterns, you'll keep defaulting to those patterns. If your daily routine consists of the same behaviors that created your current reality, you'll keep creating the same reality. The birth of the new self often requires practical changes. This might mean setting boundaries with people who reinforce your old identity. It might mean changing your environment, your routines, your habits. It might mean uncomfortable conversations where you tell people, "I'm not that person anymore." It might mean letting go of relationships that were based on your old identity. This is the death part. It's painful, but it's necessary. The caterpillar must dissolve in the cocoon before the butterfly can emerge. You must be willing to let the old life fall apart for the new life to come together. Christ demonstrated this transformation perfectly. He left his family's carpentry business. He left his hometown where everyone knew him as the carpenter's son. He gathered new companions who saw him as a teacher and master rather than as who he used to be. He created a new environment that supported his identity as one with the Father. This wasn't selfishness or abandonment. This was creating conditions that allowed his true nature to fully express. You must do the same. The resistance you'll encounter is not external. The universe isn't trying to keep you small. The resistance is internal, from the parts of your consciousness invested in the old identity. Your ego will create elaborate stories about why transformation is impossible or unnecessary. It will convince you that you're being inauthentic, that real change is fake, that you should just accept yourself as you are. These are defense mechanisms protecting the familiar programming. Recognize them as such. Thank them for trying to keep you safe. And choose transformation anyway. Being born again is moment-to-moment choice. Every moment, you're either reinforcing the old identity or installing the new one. When you catch yourself in old self-talk, you can choose new words. When you feel old emotions arising, you can choose new feelings. When you're about to take old actions, you can choose new behaviors. Each choice creates neural pathways supporting the new identity. Each choice is a death of the old self and a birth of the new self. Transformation isn't a single event. It's a continuous practice. The people around you will notice the change. Some will celebrate your transformation. These are people secure in their own identity who want to see you thrive. Keep them close. Others will resist your change, consciously or unconsciously. These are people whose identity depends on you staying as you were. They might criticize your new behaviors, question your motivations, or try to pull you back into old patterns. This isn't malicious. It's their own fear of change. But you can't let their fear limit your transformation. You must be willing to lose the approval of people committed to your old identity to gain the approval of your true self. Christ said, "Whoever loves father or mother more than me is not worthy of me." This sounds harsh, until you understand that Christ represents the Christ consciousness within you, your highest self, your divine nature. What he's saying is, if you value others' opinions of you more than your own truth, you'll never access your full power. You'll stay trapped in the identity they've constructed for you. Being born again requires valuing your authentic self more than others' comfort with your old self. The death of the old self can feel like grief. You might mourn the familiar identity even though it was limiting you. You might feel lost without the old patterns, even though they were creating suffering. This is normal. Change always involves loss, even change for the better. Allow yourself to grieve. Feel the sadness. Acknowledge what you're releasing, but don't let grief stop the transformation. The caterpillar doesn't return to crawling just because dissolving in the cocoon is uncomfortable. The butterfly is worth the temporary discomfort of metamorphosis. As the new identity stabilizes, you'll notice everything changing. Your thoughts will shift. Your emotions will regulate at higher frequencies. Your actions will align with your desires rather than sabotaging them. Opportunities will appear that were invisible when you operated from the old identity. People who match your new frequency will enter your life. Circumstances will reorganize around your elevated consciousness. This isn't magic. This is the natural result of changing your vibrational broadcast. You're a different signal, so you attract different responses. The most profound shift is internal. You'll experience yourself differently. The constant internal criticism quiets. The anxiety about the future lessens. The regret about the past dissolves. You feel more present, more peaceful, more powerful. You recognize that you're not your thoughts or emotions or circumstances. You're the consciousness witnessing them all. You're the awareness in which all experience arises. This is your true nature. This is who you've always been beneath the conditioning. This is the self that's being born as the false self dies. Being born again isn't about becoming better than others. It's about becoming authentic to yourself. It's not about perfection. It's about alignment. It's not about never struggling. It's about struggling from higher consciousness that sees challenges as opportunities rather than obstacles. It's not about reaching some final state where transformation is complete. It's about embracing transformation as your natural state, continuously evolving, continuously expanding, continuously dying to who you were and being born into who you're becoming. Christ said, "I came that they may have life and have it abundantly." The abundant life isn't about material wealth, though that might be included. It's about the richness of living from your authentic nature rather than from programmed limitation. It's about the freedom of choosing your responses rather than being controlled by automatic patterns. It's about the power of creating your reality rather than being a victim of circumstances. This abundant life is accessed only through the death of the false self and the birth of the true self. You are not the collection of programs running in your subconscious. You are not the identity constructed by conditioning. You are not the personality formed by past experience. You are consciousness itself, temporarily focused into this physical form, with unlimited creative potential waiting to be expressed. But that potential can only express when you die to the limited identity and allow your true nature to be born. This is not a one-time event. This is the continuous practice of releasing the old and embracing the new, moment after moment, choice after choice, until the new becomes as automatic as the old once was. The caterpillar doesn't know it will become a butterfly. It just follows the impulse toward the cocoon. You don't need to see the full picture of who you're becoming. You just need to follow the impulse toward transformation. Trust the process. Trust that something within you knows the way even when your conscious mind is confused. Trust that the death of the old self isn't an ending, but a beginning. Trust that what you're becoming is more magnificent than what you've been. This is the promise of being born again. This is the resurrection available to you right now. Not someday in the distant future, right now, in this moment, as you choose to die to the old programming and be born into the truth of who you actually are. The grain of wheat must die. Let it die, and watch as the fruit of your authentic self emerges, abundant beyond anything your old identity could have imagined. Chapter 10. I am the way. Embodying the Christ within. You've arrived at the final chapter, but this isn't an ending. This is the beginning of everything. Everything you've learned, every principle you've discovered, every law you've understood has been preparing you for this moment. The recognition that the power Christ demonstrated isn't separate from you, waiting to be accessed from some external source. The power is you. The Christ consciousness isn't something Christ had exclusively. It's the frequency of divine awareness that exists within every human being, including you, waiting to be claimed, embodied, and expressed. When Christ said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life," he wasn't claiming to be the only path to divine power. He was identifying himself with the consciousness that is the path, declaring, "This is what it looks like when a human being fully embodies their divine nature." And then he said the words that change everything. "The works that I do, you shall do also, and greater works than these shall you do." He was showing you what's possible. Now it's time for you to become the demonstration. The declaration, "I am," is the most powerful creative statement available to human consciousness. These two words are not description, they're creation. When you say "I am," you're not reporting on who you are. You're declaring who you're choosing to be. You're broadcasting a frequency that the quantum field must match. The universe doesn't argue with your "I am" statements. It simply responds with experiences that confirm whatever follows those words. I am weak creates experiences of weakness. I am abundant creates experiences of abundance. I am powerless creates experiences of powerlessness. I am divine creates experiences of divinity. Whatever you place after I am becomes your experience, because you're programming your subconscious and broadcasting your frequency with the most foundational declaration of identity possible. This is why when Moses asked God's name, the response was, "I am that I am." This wasn't a name. This was the revelation of the creative mechanism itself. Pure existence, pure consciousness, pure creative potential identified with itself. And when Christ repeatedly used "I am" statements, he was demonstrating this same principle. I am the bread of life. I am the light of the world. I am the resurrection and the life. He wasn't claiming these as unique to himself. He was showing you the power of conscious I am declarations to create reality. He was teaching you to identify yourself with what you want to become rather than what you've been. Most people use I am statements unconsciously and destructively. I am tired. I am broke. I am unlucky. I am unlovable. I am not good enough. Every single one of these declarations is an instruction to your subconscious and a broadcast to the quantum field. Your subconscious accepts these statements as commands and works to create experiences matching them. The quantum field responds to these frequencies by delivering circumstances that confirm them. You're creating your reality with every I am statement, but you've been creating limitation rather than possibility because you didn't understand the power of these words. The transformation begins when you consciously reclaim the I am and use it to declare your true nature rather than your conditioned identity. I am consciousness itself. I am creative power. I am abundance. I am love. I am whole. I am enough. I am divine. These aren't affirmations trying to convince you of something untrue. These are recognitions of what has always been true, but was hidden by limiting beliefs. You are consciousness. You are creative power. You are abundance, love, wholeness, enough, divine. Not aspirationally, actually. Right now, the only thing standing between you and the full experience of these truths is the false identity you've been declaring with your I am statements. Embodying the Christ within means living from the frequency of these truths, regardless of temporary circumstances. When physical evidence shows lack, you declare, I am abundant. When the body shows symptoms, you declare, I am whole. When relationships show distance, you declare, I am love. This isn't denial of what is. This is choosing which frequency to broadcast, knowing that circumstances must eventually conform to frequency. You're not waiting for circumstances to change before claiming your true identity. You're claiming your true identity, which changes your frequency, which changes your circumstances. This is the way. This is the truth. This is the life. Christ lived every principle we've explored in these chapters. He operated from the kingdom within, rather than reacting to external circumstances. He maintained vibrational certainty that made his manifestations inevitable. He treated prayer as technology rather than begging. He released all unforgiveness to maintain high frequency. He saw everyone as a mirror reflecting consciousness. He refused to judge, remaining in the state of allowing. He gave freely, understanding universal reciprocity. He died to his limited identity as carpenter's son and was born into his true identity as one with the Father. And he demonstrated that when you embody these principles, when you live from Christ consciousness, reality bends to your frequency. This isn't because you're special. It's because you're aligned with how reality actually works. The invitation now is for you to embody this same consciousness, not to worship Christ from a distance, but to activate the Christ frequency within yourself. This isn't blasphemy. This is precisely what Christ taught. He didn't want followers who would remain spiritually dependent on him. He wanted students who would become masters themselves. He wanted to show you what you're capable of, so you would claim that capability. He came to awaken you to your own divinity, not to convince you of his exclusive divinity while you remain powerless. The practice of embodiment is living as if the truth is already true. You don't wait to feel abundant before acting abundantly. You act abundantly, and the feeling follows. You don't wait to feel confident before attempting challenges. You attempt challenges, and confidence builds. You don't wait to feel loving before extending love. You extend love, and the feeling deepens. This is the opposite of how most people live. Most people wait for feelings before taking action, but feelings follow thoughts and actions. You create the feelings through choosing elevated thoughts and taking aligned actions. This is conscious creation. Every morning you wake up, you have a choice. You can step into the identity of your conditioned past, thinking the same thoughts, feeling the same emotions, taking the same actions, creating the same results. Or you can step into the identity of your intended future, thinking the thoughts of that person, feeling the emotions of that person, taking the actions of that person, and thereby creating the results of that person. This choice isn't made once. It's made continuously throughout the day, moment by moment. Each time you catch yourself defaulting to old programming, you can pause, breathe, and choose the Christ consciousness response. What would the version of me who is already living my desired reality think about this? How would they feel? What would they do? And then you think that thought, feel that feeling, take that action. This is what Christ meant by, if anyone would come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross daily and follow me. Denying yourself isn't self-punishment. It's denying the false self, the conditioned identity, the programming that's been limiting you. Taking up your cross daily is choosing the death of that false self every single day through conscious choices aligned with your true nature. Following Christ isn't religious devotion to a historical figure. It's embodying the consciousness he demonstrated. He literally showed you the way. Now you walk it. The obstacles you'll encounter aren't external. The universe isn't blocking you. Life isn't conspiring against you. The obstacles are internal. Doubt, fear, unworthiness, old programming running on autopilot, ego resistance to transformation, attachment to familiar suffering, addiction to low-frequency emotions, investment in victim stories, comfort with limitation. These are the enemies of your manifestation, and they all live within your own consciousness. The battle isn't out there. The battle is in here, and you win the battle not through force, but through awareness, choice, and consistency. You will doubt. That's guaranteed. Doubt is the default response of a mind trained in limitation. When doubt arises, don't fight it. Notice it. Thank it for trying to protect you from disappointment, and then choose faith anyway. Remember that faith isn't believing without evidence. Faith is understanding the law so completely that you trust the process, even before seeing physical results. Doubt says, I don't see it, so it's not real. Faith says, I don't see it yet, but I understand the mechanism, so I know it's coming. Doubt is limited to physical evidence. Faith operates from quantum understanding. You will fail, not because you're flawed, but because transformation isn't linear. You'll have days where you perfectly embody elevated consciousness, and you'll have days where you completely collapse into old patterns. This doesn't mean the process isn't working. It means you're human, learning new skills, installing new programming over decades of old programming. Each failure is feedback, showing you where programming still needs work. Each failure is an opportunity to practice self-compassion rather than self-judgment. Each failure is a choice point. Do I use this as evidence of my limitation, or do I use this as information for my growth? The consistency matters more than perfection. You don't need to be in Christ consciousness 24 hours a day. You need to be in it more often than you're in victim consciousness. You need to catch yourself faster when you slip into old patterns. You need to return to elevated frequency more quickly after being knocked off center. Over time, the elevated state becomes more familiar than the limited state. The neural pathways supporting Christ consciousness become stronger than the pathways supporting victim consciousness. And eventually, operating from your divine nature feels more natural than operating from your conditioned identity. The evidence of your transformation won't always be dramatic. Sometimes it will be subtle, internal shifts. Less anxiety, more peace, quicker recovery from upset, increased clarity about decisions, greater ease in relationships, more synchronicities appearing. These aren't random improvements. These are signs that your frequency is elevating, that your consciousness is transforming, that the Christ within is becoming your dominant operating system. Celebrate these subtle signs. They're proof the process is working even before major manifestations appear. And the major manifestations will appear. They must. This is law. As you consistently embody elevated consciousness, as you maintain high frequency despite temporary low-frequency circumstances, as you declare your true identity with your I am statement, as you live from the end result of your desires, the quantum field must reorganize physical reality to match your vibrational broadcast. This isn't hope. This isn't wishful thinking. This is physics. Energy organized at one frequency must attract experiences matching that frequency. You cannot maintain Christ consciousness and continue experiencing victim reality. The two are incompatible frequencies. Some manifestations will arrive exactly as you envisioned. Others will come in forms you couldn't have imagined. This is why attachment to specific outcomes can block manifestation. You might be demanding the universe deliver abundance through one specific channel, while the universe is trying to deliver it through 5 other channels you're not recognizing because you're too focused on your predetermined path. Stay clear about the what, the essence of what you desire, but stay flexible about the how. The universe's intelligence far exceeds your limited perspective. Trust that what comes is either what you wanted or something better. The greatest manifestation isn't material. The greatest manifestation is the transformation of your consciousness itself. When you realize you're no longer reactive to circumstances, no longer dependent on external validation, no longer identified with limitation, no longer driven by fear, no longer seeking wholeness outside yourself, you've manifested something more valuable than any amount of money, or success, or relationship. You've manifested freedom. You've manifested peace. You've manifested your true nature. And from this foundation of internal abundance, external abundance flows effortlessly. Christ said, "Seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you." The kingdom isn't a place, it's a consciousness. Seek first the elevated state, the high frequency, the Christ consciousness, the recognition of your divine nature. Make that your priority. Let that become your foundation. And then everything else, all the things you desire, all the manifestations you've been chasing, all the abundance you've been struggling to create, it all gets added naturally because you're finally broadcasting the frequency that attracts it. You stop chasing. You start allowing. You stop forcing. You start flowing. You stop striving. You start being. This is the ultimate paradox of manifestation. You stop trying to get what you want and start being who you are. And in the being, the having appears. Not because you manipulated the universe, but because the being changed your frequency, and the new frequency attracted matching experiences. You wanted success, so you became the consciousness of someone who is already successful. You wanted love, so you became the consciousness of someone who is already loved. You wanted health, so you became the consciousness of someone who is already whole. And the universe, which only responds to consciousness, delivered experiences matching your being. The Christ within isn't a separate entity you need to access. It's your true nature that's been buried under conditioning. It's the awareness that's been witnessing all your experiences but hasn't been running the show because ego, the conditioned identity, hijacked the control. Embodying the Christ within is simply allowing your true nature to become the dominant force in your life. It's the real you claiming sovereignty over the programmed you. It's consciousness itself recognizing it's been playing a limited character and choosing to express its unlimited nature. Every person who has ever manifested powerfully, whether they used Christ's language or different spiritual frameworks, or no spiritual context at all, has done so by embodying elevated consciousness. They aligned with the frequency of their desire. They maintained that frequency despite contradictory circumstances. They identified themselves as already being the person who has what they want. They operated from the end result. They became walking, breathing demonstrations of their desired reality before physical evidence appeared. This is the way. There is no other way. You cannot manifest from low consciousness. You cannot create abundance from the frequency of lack. You cannot manifest health from the identity of sickness. You cannot attract love from the feeling of unworthiness. The way is consciousness transformation. The truth is that consciousness creates reality. The life is the one you live when you operate from this truth rather than from the lies of limitation. Christ wasn't claiming to be the exclusive path to God. He was identifying himself with the consciousness that is the path, and then explicitly telling you that you can do what he did. He came to show you what's possible when a human being fully embodies their divine nature. He came to activate your memory of who you truly are beneath the programming. He came to give you permission to claim your power, to step into your Christ nature, to operate as divine consciousness in human form. The question now is, will you? Will you die to the old identity that's been creating limitation? Will you be born into the true identity that creates unlimited possibility? Will you use your I am statements to declare divinity rather than limitation? Will you maintain elevated consciousness despite temporary circumstances? Will you live from the end result of your desires? Will you forgive, love, allow, give, and embody every principle Christ taught? Will you become the demonstration rather than remaining the admirer? This isn't a rhetorical question. This is the invitation. Not someday when you feel ready, when circumstances improve, when you're more spiritual, when you know more, when you're better. Now, right now, in this moment, because this moment is all that ever exists. The past is memory. The future is imagination. But right now, in this eternal present, you can choose. You can choose the identity you'll embody. You can choose the frequency you'll broadcast. You can choose the thoughts you'll think, and the emotions you'll feel, and the actions you'll take. And those choices will determine your experience. You are not your history. You are not your mistakes. You are not your limitations. You are not your circumstances. You are not your body. You are not your thoughts. You are not your emotions. You are the consciousness witnessing and creating all of these. You are the I am. You are the awareness. You are the creative power. You are divine intelligence focused into temporary form. You are Christ consciousness waiting to be embodied. You are unlimited potential waiting to be expressed. This has always been true. You just forgot. Christ came to help you remember. Now you remember. The question is what you'll do with this memory. Will you return to the comfortable prison of limitation? Or will you claim the uncomfortable freedom of your divine nature? The comfortable prison requires nothing from you. You can stay small. You can blame circumstances. You can wait for external salvation. You can remain a victim. It's easier, but it's also death, the living death of unrealized potential. The uncomfortable freedom requires everything from you. You must take full responsibility for your experience. You must transform your consciousness. You must maintain high frequency despite low frequency circumstances. You must become the demonstration. It's harder, but it's also life, the abundant life Christ promised. The choice is yours. It has always been yours. No one can make it for you. No guru, no teacher, no book, no program can do the work of consciousness transformation for you. They can point the way. They can provide tools. They can offer encouragement. But you must walk the path. You must embody the teachings. You must become the Christ consciousness you've learned about. Information without transformation is entertainment. You now have the information. The question is whether you'll transform. I am the way. Not Christ exclusively. The Christ consciousness, the elevated frequency, the divine awareness, that is the way. And that consciousness lives within you, waiting for you to claim it, embody it, express it. I am the truth, not religious doctrine. The truth that consciousness creates reality, that you are divine, that limitation is illusion. That truth is available to you right now. I am the life, not biological existence. The abundant life of unlimited creative expression. That life becomes yours the moment you choose to live from Christ consciousness, rather than victim consciousness. You've read the book. You've learned the principles. You've understood the laws. Now comes the most important part, living it. Take these teachings into your daily experience. Use them when you wake up and before you sleep. Apply them when circumstances challenge you. Embody them in every interaction. Make them so much a part of your consciousness that they become automatic. That elevated consciousness becomes your default rather than something you have to remember to access. And know this: you're not alone on this journey. Every person who has ever awakened to their divine nature is walking with you in consciousness. Every master who has demonstrated Christ consciousness is supporting you energetically. The universe itself is conspiring to help you embody your true nature, because that's what the universe does. It supports the evolution of consciousness. It celebrates when another expression of itself remembers who it really is. It rejoices when you step into your power. It responds to your elevated frequency with experiences that match and reinforce that frequency. The Christ within you is not becoming. It already is. It has always been. It's simply waiting for you to stop identifying with limitation and start identifying with truth. It's waiting for you to stop saying, I am small, and start saying, I am infinite. It's waiting for you to stop living from fear and start living from love. It's waiting for you to stop seeking power outside yourself and start claiming the power within. It's waiting for you to stop worshiping demonstrations of Christ consciousness from afar and start being the demonstration yourself. This is the way. This is the truth. This is the life. Not as distant concepts to admire, but as present reality to embody. You are the way because the Christ consciousness within you is the path to unlimited creative power. You are the truth, because your divine nature is the only real truth about who you are. You are the life, because when you live from elevated consciousness, you experience the abundant life Christ promised, not someday in heaven, right now, on earth, in this body, in this life, in this moment. The kingdom of heaven is within you. It always has been. Now you know how to access it. Now you know how to live from it. Now you know how to manifest from it. The invisible becomes visible when consciousness shifts from limitation to possibility. The impossible becomes inevitable when frequency elevates from fear to faith. The divine becomes embodied when identity transforms from victim to creator. This is manifesting the invisible. This is the Christ within awakening to itself through you. This is your time. This is your moment. This is your life, waiting to be lived from the truth of who you actually are. I am. You are. We are, all expressions of the one consciousness, remembering, awakening, embodying, demonstrating. Welcome home.